and thank you all for joining us. Today we are having a lovely discussion with Mark, with our panellists, Matthew, Alpa, Christine and myself, Janine, and we're going to have a lovely discussion with Mark. So over to you, Mark.
Well, thank you very much for putting this together. And what I want to do is to be able to have a discussion where the audience actually feels that they're part inside this room sharing our thoughts. And the objective is in the topics that we speak, I want to be able to reach maximum explanatory depth. So it's like, as you said, the penny drops. If the penny doesn't drop, then I will feel that I have not achieved what I need to. So it's up to you guys to pull that out of me. Okay, so I'll hand it over to you guys what you want to ask me about and how we're going to go with this. But if I can remind the audience that the audience does mean they are the authority. You know, when you're on a stage show, the performers bow to you, the audience. They've got to remember that they are the authority. So they got to prick up their ears and listen real carefully while you guys have this conversation with me.
So we're looking forward to an informative and fun evening, lots of discussion. So Mark, can you tell us about your positions and your qualifications and how you apply those in the real world?
Okay, so when you asked me that in the back of the garden, you said to me, what's your title? And I said to you, I don't have any titles because titles are given to you. And if you have a title and you've taken that title, anybody giving that title to you can take it away. So if I take up a title from the government or some other foreign body, then they can take it away, just as they can take away a marriage certificate or like a Mr. or a Miss on your bank account. Okay, so what's my position? My position is that of a plenipotentiary judge. Okay, what that means is that I'm a universal educator. I educate on how things work and why they work the way they do. Okay, the second position that I have is what they call a Chief Federal Postal Court judge. That means that anybody launching a complaint with me or the Federal Postal Court can come to us with when they discover language fraud. For example, you know, if you ask anybody, you know, why on earth would you want to take out a mortgage? You know, so well, obviously to buy a home, but why would you want to take out a death pledge? And why would you want even to get other people into a death pledge? What are you talking about, Mark? You know, what are you talking about, death pledge? We just want to buy a house. Well, that's what it is. When you have a mortgage, it's a death pledge. So if you don't want a death pledge, you now have a fraud taking place. You know, only dead people can have death pledges. Now you have a venue into the Federal Postal Court in order to eliminate that mortgage, which is a very arduous journey. Okay, so that's the Federal Postal Court. The other positions are like postmaster. What does that mean? It means that I have the ability through the military and through the various mediums, what's known as postal routes, to be able to spread my message, my conveyances, my claims, my lawsuits, and so on and so forth. Just as the fiction world, which is known as the shadow world, like shadow chancellor, shadow banking, and etc., can do so using the post, but they use it, to take money away from people, which is completely and utterly, of course, illegal, because they're trying it on. So those are the three most important positions. The other position is like starting up the task and force, the champions and things, in order to stop in an uncompromising way, in an unfettered way, to bring these people to an end. Okay, and when I use the word "an end," I would also like to be very comfortable letting the audience know it is a kill that I'm after. And a kill is nothing more than a cull. Yeah, and that's the level I'm getting to now, is because we are now confronted with, how can I put it? We all know what heinous crimes are. Okay, I don't have any other words. Kidnapping of children, organ harvesting, etc. is that. So these are what is known as kill. You know, it is the kill that I'll be going for, because I don't want them in my planet. I don't want them in my earth, and I don't want them in my world. And I'm sure everybody else here feels exactly the same.
Agreed.
Any other qualifications that I have, I'll speak about it as I come along. One of them is a master, key master as well, okay, which I'll be happy to speak about at a later stage.
Next question would be, what does it mean to have your powers of attorney?
Okay, so, you know, since we're having a conversation here, tell me what you think power means.
I would say the energy that you have and how much of it, it's a metric weight maybe that you measure energy in.
Yeah, so you've got some weight there. Yeah. So the power of attorney means that you've got some weight in what you write, what you say.
Yeah.
Okay. With power comes also force, because power is that mass that you're talking about and the force that comes with it. Okay, power of attorney. That's what power of attorney means, that you've got power of your own ability to take control instead of hiring an attorney. Because why would you hire an attorney if you can sort these things out yourself? Why would you hire an accountant? Because you are innumerate. Why would you why would you hire a solicitor or a lawyer? Because you are, you know, illiterate, because you don't understand how law works. And when I say you, I'm talking about the grand population, as it were, have never taken their pen to paper in order to make that weight mean something, yeah, as well as an autograph and a thumbprint, and put that in some sort of a contour where you've got some force with people that know what they're doing. Okay, so that's what power of attorney means, that you have power and you're taking that power back, and you want to be able to safeguard yourself with some element of force. Okay, so that's what power of attorney means. Is there anything else you would like to know about the power of attorney? Like, for example, if you don't have power of attorney over your children, who owns your children? The state would have taken power of attorney, and the state will appoint a lawyer to have power of attorney over your own offspring, your own minor, your own children, irrespective of the wordplays that come with it, like children being, you know, ward of state. That is totally and utterly unacceptable. How can your offspring become the ward of state? I mean, just think about it. You know, like, I don't know, Christine, what you've got. You've got babies, okay? I'm the state. How can I have power and your children, your offspring, your minors be in my powers? How is that even possible?
Please explain.
So how is that even possible?
Because we're tricked into notifying, aren't we, our own children, our sons and daughters.
I might to get that for us to get our powers of attorney, well, we can actually sign them away. How does it come across that a kid is born but has not signed no paperwork or anything along the lines, that suddenly has no control, or we have no control, or the parent has no control, should I say, of his powers of attorney? Can you elaborate more on that? Because that is seriously really confusing.
Is it okay if I milk it?
Yeah.
Let us imagine that I'm a lawyer. Okay, lawyer is a generic word that encompasses all manner of things to do with so-called law, like solicitors, barristers, etc. Okay? Why are you hiring me?
To do our paperwork.
Because you don't know how to do it. Why are you hiring me as an accountant?
Don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
Because you can't add up. Why are you asking me to write your contract?
Because can't write.
Because you're illiterate. You can't pen your own. So I'm now going to pose a question. Why has the state, okay, which is a state of mind, which is corporate entity for profit, whether it's a cooperative or not, why have they taken custody of your children as ward of state?
Because of our illiterate knowledge of not being able to take the control and do it for ourselves.
Because we've signed them away.
I think you guys are being very diplomatic and very hiding in your
We've
in
had
your
no
truth
choice.
of the matter.
We've had no choice. From my birth certificate, it was taken from us. We never had the choice.
So you can see that I'm sitting here saying I ain't accepting any of your explanation because you haven't gone to the heart of it. Yeah. Why are you bringing me your paperwork for me to sort out?
Because of laziness, not doing it ourselves or finding the source.
It's just we're, yeah, like you said, we're ignorant and illiterate at this
What's
point.
another word for a teacher in school? I've really got to milk it.
Tutor.
What's another word for a teacher in a school? When you put them in school, what they called? In loco parentis.
Oh, yeah.
Apprentice.
What does that mean?
They have control of your sons and daughters.
It's what you're saying and what you are advertising is to me as the state, and if I may use strong language,
You may.
okay, it's because you are goddamn fucking incompetent as parents. You are incompetent. That's the truth of it. So if you want your power of attorney back, you're going to have to show competency. You're going to have to show competency in literacy, in numeracy, and definitely faith. And therefore, you now have the ability to school, educate, and take back your power of attorney over your children, because they are your children and not state's responsibility. Would you agree? And that's the horror of it, is that they're saying to you, is that we don't actually trust you to actually raise your children. We don't trust you to educate them. We don't actually even trust you to have an ounce of gold to back up your children, just in case you have hard times. But you're going to come to running to a McDonald's corporation for handouts. That's what they're saying to you, that financially you are not even able to look after your children. Yeah? So that's the truth of it. That's the horror. Your job would be for me to explain the horror much further, because we all can watch a horror show because we're so protected, because we're so back from the real event. You know, so if I can get the audience to be encompassed with what I have just said, like a really good play, like a really good horror movie, I'll be very happy. Yeah, to draw that out of me. That's why people don't have power of attorney. They don't have any control over their children. They don't have any force over their children, which you need, what are called boundaries. I don't mean beat them and, you know, stupidity, because no animal in nature ever beats its offspring. No animal in nature ever beats its female. It's unheard of. There is no animals, the male, where the male beats the female because it's a bit frustrated. It doesn't happen. You know, violence against females in nature does not take place. You understand what I'm saying? As a social construct, as a family unit as well. These are things that are very unique to the subspecies, what is known as human. It's capable of many, many horrors. And that's what the state is saying, is that we don't believe, because you learn that when I speak about persona or person, we don't believe that you are able to even protect your children from yourself, from your husband, from your wife, your next door neighbor, let alone the world outside, from pedophiles and all of these other things that happen, organ harvesters and so on and so forth, from bullies and etc. That's what I want you guys to prize out, that the audience really makes this personal. Yeah.
I think, Mark, the thing is, like, as we said, talking about the powers of attorney, it's like, what I want to really know, and just hopefully speak for the audience, like, who actually has it, holds this power of attorney, who actually's got this power, who actually takes it from us, and is able to do whatever they please. We just want to know, how does it fall into, even though we know it's our fault, I think a lot of the audience haven't got a clue how they managed to happen to fall into these people's hands, or man and woman, or corporation, or corporate, wherever we.
So I'm going to go off subject for a good reason. I'm going to go off subject. Okay. I think 2001 we saw the Twin Towers. Okay. Everybody around the world said, yeah, it's the Muslims. The Muslims did it. Yeah, everybody around the world, it's the Muslims. They bought the narrative inside out, especially the Americans. Now let's cross the oceans and go to, say, the Middle East. Virtually every single one of them also bought it. That they're the ones that were responsible for blowing it up, their religion, their clan, their kinship, and that's a good thing to do. They bought into it. When they bought into it, they more or less said to you that what's happened in the Twin Towers is okay. We have the right to do that in the Middle East. And that was broadcast day and night, day and night, day and night. Of course, the voice of reason never gets through. But as long as people are convinced that their own people are the ones who are responsible, and if you're comfortable with it, or perhaps we did it. And the Americans totally and utterly believe that it was a Muslim thing, not a localized thing or an internal thing. As long as they bought into it, they now created another phantom in the American psyche. Just as in Saudi Arabia, in the Middle East, they created an enemy in the minds of these Arab nations, which is America. Somehow it's an ungodly nation, as it were. They never questioned the narrative. Did the Twin Towers really take place? Did it really take place? Did the Americans, did the Arabs, did the Middle Eastern people say, you are under the penalty of perjury, you president, you Biden, you whoever it is, Bush or whatever, you're under the penalty of perjury. Thank you very much for all that you've done. Can you, under the penalty of perjury, tell me that really took place? And if you say yes, you better prove that it took place. Don't show me don't show me pictures. Yeah, don't show me TV cameras, CCGI. You prove what you said to me, that somebody blew up the Twin Towers, and then you prove to me that it was the Arabs that did it, or those people. Yeah, don't tell me that they did it. You prove to me that they did it. Well, what proof do you want, Mark? They might say. Okay, we're under the penalty of perjury. To tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as it were. The word truth only means three people coming together. That's what truth means, just to create opinion. Did anybody do that? No. Did they ever question, did this thing ever take place? Why? Because people are so convinced what they see on TV is not a stage show. But when they openly tell you what you see on TV, is a stage show. What they show you in the 9 o'clock news in this country is a stage show. And that includes every single publication, every soap opera box is a box, that's why it's called a soap opera, like in Speaker's Corner, is a play taking place. That's why they have to be under the penalty of perjury, and they have to prove that they did, this happened. Without it, it's just a stage play. So the Americans fell for that. In doing so, what did they do? They created a verbal contract, which is one of the highest forms of contract. It's more binding than a written one. They formed a contract because each one of you is a champion. You know what God is, because I reveal that. I'm not going to reveal it to the people here. I've revealed what God is, okay? And they made a verbal contract for the rest of the Americas to say, yes, the Arabs did it, and they have broken our airways. That the Air Force was unable, which all means no, able to protect the ceiling on New York City, as well as the airspace around the United States of America, which is the job of the Air Force. They were unable to. That's what they said. They, of course, don't care about the far-reaching consequences of that kind of stupid belief. In doing so, they signed away the ability to make any rational decision. And hence, on one stroke of a midnight, they lost all of their freedoms. All back on a stage show. Because if you are stupid enough to believe a stage show, then you don't deserve any of these things, because rights are expressed. Rights are not given to you. Nobody can give you rights. They are expressed. Okay, Janine, I'll give you your rights. I've given you your rights.
Thank you. I'm always right.
So,
A woman.
you have to stay with the talk, unfortunately. So, I've given you your rights.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to say to me?
I had them anyway.
Okay, so why are you talking to me?
Because you actually trained me to get my rights back.
So I put you in a position. I put you in a position where you can take back your powers of attorney.
Did.
Because you showed levels of what? Competence. You showed the ability to discriminate.
Mm-hmm.
You showed the ability to say, yes, F off, yes, come in, ignore that, keep your periphery going, yeah, just like as you're driving car.
Yeah.
Because when you're driving a car, what are you? You're the absolute judge. Oh, it wasn't me, it was the right hand. Oh, no, it wasn't me, it was the left hand. No, it wasn't me, it was the clutch. No, it wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. Yes, I'm the judge of it. I'm in 100% control of it. But I got distracted by that billboard that showed, a topless lady or something. Not in your case, but that's bringing Matthew into it. Why did you crash your car? Your car's in good order. Well, it was that topless lady on that billboard, She did it. She did it. I've got no responsibility. So what they do, they take his word and ban all bloody billboards that got half-naked women in it.
Just from that.
They've just on that. He's proven to them that he is incompetent to do it. You get 10 more people are saying the same thing. That's gone into law.
That simple.
That poor topless woman's no longer got a job. It's comical, isn't it? But you go with the full logical conclusion of what I have just said, and you realize the horror of what they got themselves into. They never questioned the narrative. They never questioned. So, for example, you were speaking about pedophiles. That this actor said this and this man said this. That's a stage show. You don't know whether he's telling you the truth or not. Did it ever occur to you to simply say, you say you're a paedophile, you're what they call it, minor attracted
Person.
yeah,
Person, yeah.
minor attracted person. They don't call them paedophiles anymore because they're doing. Did it ever occur to you saying, I don't really believe you are minorly attracted to minors? Yeah. Do you have any evidence for it? Then you screw them up. Oh, by the way, you're under the penalty of perjury. Yeah, and you're speaking to a woman, not a person. And you're on a level plane with me. Prove that you are attracted to minor. Yeah.
Children.
Yeah, attracted to minors.
Minors, yeah.
That is a, I won't say it now, but ask me 6 months later what the trap is, and then I'll explain it to you, because by that time the trap would have swung.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that just because somebody says something doesn't mean you take it as being holy. You have to question the narrative. Alpa might come along and say, oh, he ran a little old lady over and reversed his car and went back again. Do you have any evidence for it, Alpa? Well, not really. So why you say it? You know, I thought it'd be a good idea. And that's how it works. So when you hear, like Biden, especially the Americans, when you hear Biden speaking like, he's incompetent or something, that's a stage show. Getting you to believe he's incompetent, incapable of doing anything. So when you write to him, you're not going to write to him because you believe he's incompetent. But did you see his UN speech, which was only I think last week or sometime, early last week? He spoke for nearly an hour without a single word being mispronounced.
Really?
As articulate can be, It's a stage show, and they are doing their best to let you know this is a gigantic stage show. Come on, people, wake up, wake up, wake up. Stop feeding into this nonsense, yeah? So, you guys are able to discriminate. Hence, you got your power of attorney back over your children because you showed competence. They have yet to reach that point. And certainly there are so many people, especially the politicians, doing their best to say, can't you see this is a stage show? Can you not see no man on this woman or woman on this planet can ever be so stupid as what we are doing? Did it ever occur to you just to write a letter and say, I have no confidence within your sack? F off. They don't do it. Yeah, it's because the corporations have been so successful in convincing people that they cannot tell the difference between mud pie and Mississippi chocolate pie. Chocolate cake, I should say. And that's the truth of it. Yeah, I use this word truth sparingly because truth means what?
Three come together.
When three people come together to agree upon something, that's truth. So when the courts say, well, is that the truth? Yeah, that's the truth. Did the Twin Towers come down? That's the truth. Did the aliens invade New York City? Yes, it did. That's the truth of it. Because three people in court got together and said, do you agree? Do you agree? Yeah, I agree. Let's sign it into law. The aliens invaded New York. It's done and dusted.
That easy.
It is that bloody easy. That's why they never bring a fact into court. Is that a fact that aliens invaded New York City? Is it a fact, that the Twin Towers came down? Is it a fact that you are a minorly attracted person? Is that a fact? Because I have got no evidence to say that you're a paedophile. It's just coming out of your mouth. I've got no evidence. So you're going to have to prove this to me so I can now put a fucking bullet in your head. Because if you touch a minor, that's the death penalty for it. Or some countries you go to prison for the rest of your life. That's the word, minor. Minor means that they are incapable of making decisions at the moment and they're in custody of a local in parentis or a competent mother or father called a parent. Yeah, pair means P-A-R means two, okay? And rent. You're kind of renting each other, not rant, okay? Which is to
Rental.
yeah, talk too much, as it were. So, just that subject alone, you know, have I conveyed to the audience that when a politician says something, you're going to have to ask him to prove it, because if he doesn't, then it's a lie. If he says to you, "I'm going to resign because I got caught stealing money," say, look, Chancellor, if it is the Chancellor, you know, we don't actually believe you that you stole such and such of money. I don't believe it at all. Can you prove it to me, please, so I can accept your resignation? What? He'll tell you, what are you talking about? I have to prove it to you. I just told you I'm a thief. And I don't believe it. That's fine. You're a thief. Yeah, you say you're a thief, but you haven't given me any evidence for it to accept your resignation. Where's the proof? What? I don't really have any. I just want to retire. Yeah? I just want to retire. That's all. Well, why don't you say so? Well, it's so bloody difficult to retire these days. Yeah, but if they sack me, at least I can go in peace. You understand that is the twist that womankind has been robbed of.
See, this is the reason penalty of perjury, it needs to be used a lot more, because no one uses the penalty of perjury, and to give them that authority to start with, if you lie to me as a woman, you get 7 years. And because no one is under the penalty of perjury, everyone's lying left, right and centre. No one's writing a letter.
So
everyone's lying.
So you've made an accusation that they're all lying. I have no evidence that they're lying to me.
Parliament.
That's a stage show, isn't it?
Parliament.
So we can come on to that.
Yeah.
We can come on to that because they've been using soap opera boxes to hide in, because anything that stands on a soap opera box is immune from prosecution. You guys know that?
Not until you just said.
Yeah, all actors are immune from prosecution.
Wow.
Yeah?
Well, I could show you a perfect example from IMM3, where it's got the Mandarin. And he's doing all the scenes of like he's this terrorist, but he's just an actor. All he's doing is acting out stage for this guy, and then make it perfectly clear. And what can you really charge an actor with? He doesn't get charged with it, really, does he? You know?
It's just a stage show. Margaret Thatcher made the Supreme Court in this country, I think they call it High Court or something, when Margaret Thatcher was in power, she objected to a theatre show called Romans in Britain, where they simulated an anal rape by a Roman soldier on a Brit to conquer them. Okay, it's one of the things that soldiers tend to do. You know, let me rephrase that. It is something that conquerors tend to do to male, to say, even that which you think cannot be done to you, we're going to do to you. So if you've got any idea of you trying to protect your children, that ain't going to happen, because we're going to screw you anally to prove to you. So, you know, I won't make that broad statement, but that's one of the things that, you know, soldiers those days were trained to do, to make the people subdue. So when Margaret Thatcher objected to that theatre show, the High Court judge simply said, "It's a show. It's a theatre show." Which bit do you not understand this? It's a theatre show. There's a theatre show that occasionally comes up out of these nuances people. You know, what they do is they buy tickets to watch a man or a woman cut themselves with razor blades. And they can go full on with it. You know, they can take 1,000 pieces of cuts, and that's a stage show. But these cuts are real. But you can't prosecute them because it's a stage show. These are fetishes that live that exist in our world. It's a stage show. So when you put them on a level plane, it's not a stage show. Really, darling, do you really need to hurt yourself in order to make it look like a stage? We can provide you with some fake blood, you know? And besides, the audience must be so bloody screwed up to want to see you bleed. So, you know, when you put them on a level plane, they can't hide in soap opera boxes. You understand what I'm saying?
Can I just go back a moment to the rights? We know our rights and all that sort of thing. What does rights actually mean? Because we now understand that one word has multiple meanings.
Yeah, so let's just create a scenario, shall we? This is a four-corner rule. The four-corner rule. 1, 2, 3, 4. Your rights is to be able to control every corner of that paperwork. If this was a circle, it would be still 360 degrees, like the round table. It will be your ability to control everything that goes around that round table, which would be the job of the fiduciary. Okay, like King Arthur in the Round Table. Okay, so when you control all four corners of your document, that's your rights. That's why it's a plural. But if you want your right, okay, I'll give you a right. It'll cost you £10,000 to have this little corner here. Okay, and hence when you go to some of these notaries, especially these notaries that have been set up by the monarchs, as it were, they take this piece of paper and they fold it in two, and then they put their seal there. So when you open it, the seal is broken. It's a broken seal. So you understand that. When I produce my documents, I control all four of it, all four corners. I control that. Okay, that's basically that's elementary work on the tricks and traps for the university students of tricks and traps. Okay. Say I'm a boxer. It's still a four-corner rule. I get one corner. The opponent gets one corner. Okay. The referee gets one corner. Right?
The judge. I was thinking.
The referee.
Yeah, and then the judge on the other corner. Yeah.
So this corner is left open, and they're outside the stage, and they're making impartial agreements as to how long the round is gone, you know, technical points and so on and so forth. They're impartial. When they place their judgment, you know, it's like he wins out of points or knockouts or whatever, on the back of a referee that's in the game. That's very important. The referee must be in the game. Judges are not in the game. They're sitting somewhere else, using maritime, you know, decking and so on and so forth. You know, saying that, you know, sailors can't speak. They have to use the intermediates. You can't come directly to them. So that's what corner is. It would be unfair of me as a boxer to have four corners, because I'll say I won. No referee, no nothing. And if you want that, that's fine. But that's called a different game, where there is no referee. A fight to the death, as it were.
Yes.
Like a gladiator forum. You guys understand? So that's how these corners work. And if you look at this document, it's got many corners and many boxes. Mm-hmm. Each box is a soap opera box. And each soap opera box has its own rules in it, like in a tennis court. Because if you get the ball out, completely out of court, it's out of court. They say to you, you're out of order, you're out of court. You understand what I'm saying?
You do. So it's basically the same principle like with your birth certificate. Obviously, it's a full contract. Well, it's when you get a live life claim, which is technically your own four-corner contract you create, Mark. Does this mean automatically that you have like powers of attorney because you've got a live life claim? You know, or is it these two separate?
So the live life claim is a powerful document, it takes back not your power of attorney. It advertises to people that if it's under Miller's technology, that you understand his technology, and therefore you're in the realm. I don't know a better word than the realm at the moment, but you're under jurisdiction of the Federal Postal Court under Miller's language flag. If it's a conventional, what they call a live birth certificate or certificate of live birth or live born, which should be available in a couple of weeks' time on my website, that will give you that jurisdiction over your birth certificate. What does your birth certificate control is what it will give you jurisdiction over. Your birth certificate doesn't give you control over flying an aeroplane. It doesn't give you a driving license. It doesn't do any of those sort of things. But what it does, it puts you in a position to be able to take control of those things that the birth certificate is supposed to be there for. One of them is being able to deal with your commerce, your ability to do business. Yeah, whether it's under Miller's language or in conventional language, which is I'm the only one that has that thing, and that's patented to me. If that makes sense. So that's what it does.
You're under patent.
Yeah. So does it allow you to drive that birth certificate? Because that's a different four-corner rule.
Yeah, and the language.
And that's a different right. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Question to follow from there, Mark. So the live life claim doesn't automatically get you your power of attorney. So you've created your live life claim. So what does allow you to get your power of attorney even after you've created your live life claim?
Can I ask that to the audience? Can I ask that to you guys? What does create your power of attorney?
You.
A word?
I can give lots of words, like, ain't got to mean very much.
I think it's almost not just create, but how do you go along with actually proving that you actually exist?
Competence. It's competence. Competence is what gives you the power of attorney, but not over driving. Yeah, because that's a different rule. You're not going to get power of attorney over driving. You think you're going to get power of attorney over driving? What if other people find out?
Well, you can't.
Have you noticed how badly people behave on the roads?
Yeah.
You think those people are showing competence?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're riding around on a license, which means permission to break the law, without which would be considered illegal.
That's what license means.
That's what license means. That's how they control them.
Can you repeat that again so it's clear? What does license mean, Mark?
So the purpose of a license is to give you permission to do something illegal. Okay, without which would be considered illegal. So a license is essentially a permission to do something which would be considered unlawful. And that's what a license does. That's why if you don't have a license to be a prostitute, they remove you. Because prostitution is outlawed for every country in the world. We're not talking about female prostitution, which is the most famous of them all. But if you get a license, then you become a solicitor. So that's how they control people's stupidity. So when the Americans gave up their freedom, they all came under licenses. Because they showed incompetence, no competence, to be able to distinguish that which is factual and that which is not. The Muslims did it. Yeah.
It kind of makes sense to get a license for whatever reason to drive.
They can.
But even to the extent of you require a marriage license, I mean, how pathetic is that?
That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's why, my license makes it very clear that it's a qualification.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should not be using the word license. It should be, anything that has a license, you look at it it's all illegal, harmful.
Let's start.
License with cigarettes. You have to have a license to sell cigarettes because it's a toxicity. You have to have a license to sell liquor because it's a toxicity. You have to have a license to do this. You have to have a license to do that because they're all goddamn toxicities. So my qualifications are not licenses. They are qualifications for me to be able to move from one point to another in a vehicle, or vehicles commercial, in some sort of a transit, to be able to move from one point to another using my judgment. And that's competence, that's qualification. The qualification is the ability to discriminate what's around you. Yeah, if you can't discriminate, then you can't drive. Yeah. That's why discrimination is absolutely crucial. I'm not going to let that guy in. He looks a bit suspicious. If you don't have that ability, that's it. Oh, I'm not going to speak to him as a Muslim. He might be involved in the Twin Towers. Yeah, that's the level of sophistication that the Americans, and I love them because they're my biggest student group. That's the level of sophistication that the Americans showed and the rest of the world. They forfeited their goddamn lives, man, on the back of that. It's that easy. It's that easy to convince people of something that they provided no evidence. And when people did ask for evidence, they said, look, we don't really believe any of this rubbish that you're telling us. Do you remember what they did? They went to the pile of rubble that was called the Twin Towers and say, ladies and gentlemen, we now have evidence that this man that we said blew up the thing, we found his bloody passport on the rubble.
Yeah, unburnt.
Oh,
Yeah. So can't you say
thank
about the-
God they found his passport on the rubble. Thank God, because I was starting to doubt all this stuff. The whole thing just blew up. But they found his passport. What a
Nothing
wonderful...
left of the aeroplane.
There it is.
So,
Openly advertising, this is how stupid you are, and this is how stupid we're going to treat you.
Can I just ask about the driving? Sorry. When you say you need a license to drive, is it because driving is commerce, so therefore you're incorporated, whereas travelling is for the man or woman? Is that what you mean by the license, the driving license?
So on a wider scale, okay, they have they use the word license to encompass everything now. But previously, your ability to be able to control a motorized vehicle was a qualification, test of competence, and that was entered for fit for purpose. All qualifications that allow you to do these things are called fit. They come under the law of fit for purpose. And then they take that qualification away from you if you don't show fit for purpose. That includes doctors, nurses, and so on. The qualification speaks for itself as long as you are fit for purpose. But because people are so bad on the roads, they turn it into a negative state of condition and call it a license. Okay, if you're going to behave this way, road raging, speeding, endangering school children, we're going to put humps and then we're going to charge you for it. Who the hell ever heard of a road being sabotaged in itself? You spend billions creating a nice level, Cumber road so you can move along and the water can drain. Now, because you've shown so much disdain for babies, school areas and so on and so forth, they now put bumps in it. Because by your own conduct, you're moving yourself away from a qualification and into a license.
Mark, sorry, guys. I want to go off subject. I want to come back to this powers of attorney quickly. So, to gain it, obviously you need competence for starters. That's number one. Two, would you, like what I did? Obviously, I know what I did, and I'm not sure the audience know about this. But do you need to write to the coroner court because the state straight away is people that's not aware of what your birth certificate really is. So
can I reverse that question for you? Okay. Why did you write to the coroner's court to begin with?
To let them know I wasn't lost at sea.
Yeah. Okay. Any other reasons?
And to take back my powers of attorney.
But nobody can give you a powers of attorney. So what was the other purposes? He can't give you power of attorney.
It was other purpose was allowing to put that in my correspondence to let the rest of the country know I am back, and to let obviously that I'm taking full control of everything.
So you never left.
No.
You never left. So why are you telling him that you're taking back something and you, as if you've left? I didn't know you went to sea and got yourself lost.
I know,
haven't
but
you?
apparently nor did I.
So when you realise there is a bureaucratic reason to write to the coroner's court, you offered him a thumbprint, you offered him an autograph, you sealed and bound your document as if to say you are numerate and that you are fully competent in bureaucracies. He accepted or rejected your contract.
Well, he had not much of a choice. He had a command stating he had 3 days to change what I was saying. If not, I made my contract lawful.
And did he return it back to you?
He did not.
So he accepted your joinder.
He accepted.
So you two have a beautiful marriage now.
We do. I even rang to check and handed it in personally.
Okay. So what does that show you? What does that tell you? That you have competence.
Competency, yeah.
Yeah, and he's accepted it. He's going to look at you and think, well, perhaps not. Let's just do a little search. You'll press a button. Your IP address will come up. You know, your cell phone, your computer, give you a complete history. He's a total moron, this man. He is moronic. Get out of court. That's why the live life claim doesn't work on everybody.
It doesn't.
Not on everybody. Because you remember those people that on my website, all those people that stole it,
Yeah.
it never worked for them. It didn't work from the beginning and it doesn't work from now. Because what does it reveal? They think that they can hide and cheat and lie. You know, they have your IP address. Yeah.
Ah, so they've gone through phones, computers,
Everything.
laptops.
It's all done by artificial intelligence, and it will just say, not even worth. It's a mimic. So on my website, all those people, they live life claims don't work.
Oh, I didn't know that, Mark.
Yeah, they live life claims don't work. What you're advertising when you have a live life
That
claim?
you're competent.
That you are competent, that you're not a thief. You haven't done harm to Mark or David or to the technology. You haven't misled people. You haven't stolen from them. The IP address will reveal that. Clean. The IP address is on your phone. It's on your computer. It's on the transport system. It's in your sat-nav, voice recognition. They're listening to this. Is Mark bullshitting everybody? Yeah, if there is, I ain't going to survive this very long, am I? Everything I've said can exist independently of what I said, because they can look it up. Whether I'm here or not doesn't matter. It exists independently of me. It's not my opinions.
There's a lot of living proof as well, walking around.
Correct. So, the live life claim or any document only works if you're competent. What's the chance, Mustafa, you just came from Mustafa's house. What's the chances of me going into court with him in his court? None. Because his court is the four corner rule called a boxing, MMA, BEM, whatever he does.
Yeah.
My legs ain't going to survive. My face ain't going to survive. My nose ain't going to survive. Nothing is going to survive in it. The competence level is non-existent to enter into his realm. Either competent. So, look, I've got a T-shirt from him. He gave me a T-shirt. So what am I going to do? Say, here's the T-shirt. I've been there, I've done that, and here's the T-shirt. I ain't done nothing. All I've got is a T-shirt. I haven't done nothing, but I've got a live life claim. You haven't done nothing. But if you go on my website, you take the live life claim, it's got a full tutorial as to why you're doing it.
Yeah.
They're fully now competent. But the thieves, all those people, they're on my website. And that's only a small percentage. None of that rubbish works for them. Like there's a couple, like Leon. Yeah. I went to help them when they were losing their baby.
Yeah.
Their mothers didn't come out. Their parents. His mother lived across the bloody road of the hospital. I went there to help them. But instead of thanking me, they stole from me. And then they moved on to David. I did their live life claim because their parents wouldn't do it. The baby's mother in Portugal said, we can't come over because we have to look after the cats. They live in a campsite. The cats are feral. Yeah. This is the type of thing. But instead of thanking me for it, they used the live life claim that I witnessed for them, spent years,
learning and
helping them with it. Quite literally, I helped them over a year. Always it's just headache after headache. Not a single thing will work for them because they are from day one incompetent, thieves, liars, and etc. Nothing will work for them. Nothing. Only being a man and woman, which means they don't have that position.
So is it possible that the coroner could send your paperwork back here? What would you do?
I've just said, show competence.
Yeah, what would you do? Yeah.
Show competence, it's like do something in life, Mark said send this through. I actually get emails, people that are not my students send paperwork through and tell me it didn't work. I said, who are you? Who are you? Yeah? It's like, we saw you on YouTube and, we did what you said. What did I say?
Yeah.
So how long you been studying this stuff? What level of competence do you have? Why are you doing it? So I don't know.
Mark, can I just ask you then, how can we ring fence our children within this? Can they fit within this system?
Yes, so if they go to my website,
Yeah.
the information is there. Now, let's talk about the competence of the parents.
Yeah.
If you're not literate, you're going to bring a tutor in.
Yeah.
That shows something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you are not numerate, you're going to bring a tutor in. That shows something, doesn't it? Okay? If you pen a letter, you're going to have to use your autograph and not a signature. And you're going to put a thumbprint. Yeah? And you're going to write to the headmaster in an eloquent way. I am here to inform you as the living mother, say for example, of such and such a girl or boy. I am taking them out of school to homeschool them. Full stop. And that's all you're required to do.
Print. Autograph.
Yeah. And that's all you're required to do. That's all.
Mm.
So why doesn't this work in Germany? It works in every country in the world, America, Canada, in this country.
Because they don't have common law or something. It's something like that, isn't it? That they've got to take themselves out of a universal law.
So, we talked about competence and the so-called individual competence, yeah? Just simply means they proved themselves to be incompetent to teach their own children. They forfeited it, the entire country. Do you know the entire country have to pay a TV license, whether they have a license or a TV or not? I have to pay a TV license in Germany, whether I have a TV or not. Are you really going to accept those type of people to homeschool their children? Yeah. So that's look how long we've been speaking for nearly 1 hour on the level of competence and power of attorney alone to get the psychological orientation needed to be able to grasp that which is already yours. But thinking like the Germans do, and I ain't apologizing the Germans because I trained them. Yeah, I trained them 3-4 times, and I'll tell you about it if we got time, how comical that was, because I taught them how to pay their taxes in Germany, if you know what I mean. Yeah, and I'll tell you that story if we got time. Have they shown me any competence or anybody else? Germany is a federated government like Pakistan, like America, like so many countries in the world. They're all federated. Even Star Trek is federated. Yeah, the Federation is That's what it means. It's federated. It's post office controlled. Like Geneva Convention is post office rules of how you should conduct yourself when you're having postal wars called warfare. That you're not going to aim to rape, your captives. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? Basic rules of conduct. That's what that's about. If I made it very clear that the Germans have shown the rest of the world or the federal government they're even capable of raising their own children. They haven't shown it. They even believed like they're responsible for killing the Jews.
I was going to say, is it tied into that though? Is
It's
it some
heavily
guilt
tied.
that they're carrying?
Yeah, it's psychological guilt. On the back of that, it's one of the reasons why I went there to teach the Germans how the mechanism ran, is that they convinced them that they have to pay war appropriations to Israel. So they lost their pension. So I would come in and say, hey, this is, these writers that you so-called put in prison that questioned the Holocaust, I would like to see some evidence that they are in prison. Then they know I've cracked their code. Because they never went to prison. They were purposely created to put into prison, to frighten people away from ever questioning whether the Holocaust existed or not. Yeah, because the audience is going to get one big shock when they find out who owned the lands where these so-called concentration camps existed. Yeah, you're going to get a
Are
shock.
you going to reveal us? Or...
Perhaps I don't think it's necessary because it should be worked out.
Yeah.
My students point out where does this word Nazi come from? Ashkenazian Jews. It's the surname of that, and they're called the false Jews. How many people have you seen on the internet pretending to be this, like Christian? That's a good one. People pretending to be Christians, but they're in it for the money, solely for doing very bad things. If it was for money reasons, good luck to them, but that's not exactly what they're up to. They're into everything, things that will get you a death sentence in most countries. So that's Christianity hijacked. So, that's Israel, the state of Israel, hijacking Germany. Even in this country, there was a character called Ken Livingstone.
Yeah.
He even told you, well, these books only sort of turned up in the 60s, didn't they? Because these books of Holocaust and Jewish killing didn't exist, did they? It was only put in recent history, wasn't it?
They went after it.
That's all just a stage show. He even came to Westfield and did a program on Westfield where he's doing filming to tell the police that to F off. That if these private security guards touch me, then I'm going to initiate proceedings with these constables to remove them for touching me. Because this is a private matter, so you lot F off. He did that as a show to tell you how much power you have over Westfield. Over privateers. That's a stage show for your benefit.
No one picks it up.
Because who wants to challenge? You've seen those buffoons, those security guards. Yeah. Talking to them is like talking to a brick wall. But now they're okay. It's you speak to them like, it's all right, bro. We can do this, yeah. That sort of stuff. Yeah. So if you want to call the police, you can call the police. We'll just deputize them and we see how it goes, and it will look very good because I'm going to do this whether you like it or not. And people do.
Well, Mark, we're going to drag you back because there's so many things I want to know, and because you've got so much knowledge, it's so easy because within every word there's a whole lot to say on it. So what I know that like when you go to the bank and you gain a mortgage, you also give your powers of attorney away. But what I don't think people realise is exactly what you're actually giving away with this powers of attorney as well as signing up for a mortgage.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
I know, that's why I want to get it in, because I know this is something that I think people really need to understand. Not only have you given away your powers of attorney, you've also signed
Your kids away.
your death pledge, which I think you should really give some people what this really means when you do this.
Okay, so let's imagine you want to buy a house. The only way that you've been taught how to buy a house through your school is to get yourself a mortgage.
Yeah.
Okay, they never told you a mortgage is a death pledge. Living people cannot have pledges in death. You have to be dead to have a pledge in death. And if it's a reverse one, that means they've got the death pledge. That's even worse because you are now putting them into the position of dead and living off the dead. That's as bad as you can get. Necromancy. Yeah. So when they sign that document, he's going to sit there, the bank manager with somebody else, to listen and hear and record what you've just said. Are you okay with that? Do you know if you don't pay this, we'll take your home? But they don't tell you what your home is. Yeah, and when they ask you to sign it, when you're asking you to pledge, they don't tell you what is it you're pledging. When you sign the mortgage agreement, what is it that you're signing? What is it that you're pledging? It can't be the house because the house doesn't belong to you. It can't be the money because the money doesn't belong to you. You don't get to see the money. What is it that you're pledging? It's always presumed and assumed that you're pledging the house that you're going to live in, not buy, because it's not a buy, because you're not buying your house. You can't buy your house because it's not yours. And I'll come on to it why it's not yours. Okay? So they're asking you to pledge your body, your land, okay, and everything that belongs to it. So what belongs to your body?
Me.
Yeah.
My soul.
So
My spirit.
hold down, I don't want your soul.
Your organs.
My organs and my flesh. My
Sounds
blood.
good to me.
My blood.
Your blood, yeah. What?
Yeah.
So anything else you have
I've
to
got
offer?
a lovely heart. I've got a beautiful heart. I've got a really good set of lungs. I've got a liver, kidney.
Which are all what? Tradable items on
the black market. Yeah.
Yeah, black market means privateering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they sell them if you donate it,
Yeah.
as well as if you signed a death pledge
Or a donor card.
or a donor card in with the driving license. So those organs you've already signed that up to. That you've also signed away your ability to even hire a lawyer. Because on the document it says, we will appoint a lawyer or a solicitor if you don't do this or that. Not that you will do, because if you did, you might come to me and I might say, well, if you're going to hire a lawyer or a solicitor, put them under instruction. And then they will not become just officers of the court serving the court. They will be working for you, as my students have done so. But they say, no, we're going to appoint it. You don't have the right to appoint your own lawyer. So you've lost that bit. So you've lost your ability to control your own organs, your blood, so on and so forth. But you have much more better things to offer me than that, surely. Because the only thing I can get from your organs, you puffing away every time I see you, it's like, I'm not convinced of it. I'm putting light to it because I want to take the sharpness of what really they're also after. What am I after?
Can I just say, well, women, what they're after is what you have the ability to grow in your belly for 9 months.
Yeah.
They're after your children, to take ward of your children.
Yeah.
That's what they've done. That's part of your land.
My children.
Your children.
Thanks.
You've actually signed it. Look at your documents, ladies and gentlemen. Look at your documents, and it will say if you miss a payment, then we will appoint a lawyer or a receiver on your behalf, whether you want it or not, whether you like it or not. And she's the land. Yeah, they cannot sell you something that they don't own. When did the bank ever own the property for them to sell it to you? They don't own the property. Did the bank, look, I'm the seller of the property. Okay, this is my place. I'm selling it for £50. did the bank buy it from me for £50, put the money in my bank, and then they took custody of the house, of the home? No. And so if I don't buy, if the bank has not bought the property, how can they sell it to you? So you're not buying the home from the bank.
Yeah.
They never owned anything to sell it. What they're doing is acting as the intermediary for them to go and get the money from the treasury, okay, in real worth, and in the private ledger, they print that money off or digitize it and stick it into digital format. And now they say, that's what you owe us. And if you don't owe us, we'll come for your land, your body. That's why when they do a repossession, what do they come for? The repossession doesn't have the address on it. It's got your name. They're coming for you to move your piece of land to this point, which means that piece of land that you was in, your home, is now vacant, open to settlement, and they shoot in. Well, it was vacant. Isn't that what the Israeli settlers do to the Palestinians when they go out for shopping? Oh, well, the house was empty. Yeah? It was empty. It doesn't matter if they went shopping or not. That's not our problem. It was empty. So we went in and took it. Isn't that what they do? In any country in the world, this carries a death sentence. When you take a man or a woman's home away, you've violated just about everything you can violate. Carries a death sentence, and they know this stuff.
Yeah. Right at the top, they know.
They know all this stuff.
So they can do as a mortgage, right? But that's scary enough. But what I know and what's been said, I don't think the audience know this, but they don't even need you to sign a death pledge to get the powers of attorney. Like, can you explain how they do it with the banks, Mark? Because I'm pretty sure
It's
they
opening a
can
bank
get your
account.
powers of attorney by just getting a normal bank account.
Yeah, so when you open up even a normal bank account, what you're doing is becoming a customer. And another word for customer is called custody. And they take custodial powers on your financial decision making, as if to say you are innumerate, even in the world of fiction, what they call, fiat currency.
Yeah.
They're taking control of that. That's one. Second is that they're also taking your power of attorney where those parameters are there, where the banks are. So if the banks don't like what you're doing, they will appoint a lawyer on your behalf, and they will talk to that lawyer and tell that lawyer what to do.
Concerning your money.
Concerning your money.
That's why sometimes the bank tells you no when you ask for certain
Okay.
withdrawals.
Yeah, so let's make it more, wordy. You're in my custody. What does that mean to you? Alpa is in my custody. What does that mean?
You've held him captive.
In
It's in your custody.
I was assuming it was, well,
Have you been
assuming that-
arrested?
no, more that I'm under your protection or your well-being, looking after me.
Yeah, because you're not confident enough to look after yourself. If you cannot click the pen, it will.
Yeah.
So does that make sense? He's
Yeah.
under my custody. If he's under my custody, do I have the right to make him my ward? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to put him in my hospital ward, in my prison ward. The language reveals the length and breadth of the language fraud and you making verbal contract, because that which comes out of your mouth is called a bond. That's why they need to hear you say it, and they write down that they heard you say yes, yes, yes. And now you've given them your word, and your word is your bond. That's why they say to you, your word is your bond. 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 So let me ask you one question before I'll pass the question. What does James Bond mean?
That's the word.
Bonds.
King James's bonds.
Okay.
okay, and the bonds that you make with him. King James's Bible.
And the lie in the license, there's a lie in a license. I just hear lie now when you say license.
Well, let's not go down there. We can work phonetics,
Yeah.
when it comes to past day syntax, and we'll do that with a particular document that you yourself prepared for me, which is on my website. Okay, we'll go on that, just on that word. I'll hand it over to Alpha.
I just wanted to add some weight to the banking business because just over a year ago I had a letter. Was it getting to know your customer? I think I discussed it with you. And when I found out about it beforehand, before the powers of attorney, so I thought, well, I'm not going to answer it because it's probably to renew a contract, whatever the reason is, Corona period or whatever. So I just left it, ignored it and ignored it. They threatened to close my account, which they inevitably did this year. But I wasn't worried because normally when you don't know about these things, you would jump to it and, fill it out and sign away your power of attorney. Simple as that.
Yeah, so they couldn't get power of attorney from him and make him into a custody and put his money into custodial sentence. Yeah, so they want the money to stay for a duration of period called a sentence. They just closed it down. It's not worth dealing with this guy. So what does that tell you? That they need your consent, whether it's written or verbal. Verbal is the most powerful. That's why in all religions they don't ask you to sign here. You believe in God, sign here. No, it's like, let me hear it. If it's like a Christian, let me hear it. Let me hear it. Yeah. If it's like Muslim, let me hear it. If it's like a death pledge, let me hear it. Say it. If it's like, going for, say, the American oath for naturalization, they say, let me hear it. They'll come right up to you and hear it. I want to hear what you have to say. I swear an allegiance. I swear. If I swore at you, you'll slap me in the face. Yet they can swear on the flag. Yeah? So they already said who we are. What has all this got to do with anything? Your subconscious mind knows all of this. And hence people are mostly asleep. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in this country, if you want to be naturalized, the registrar will come right up to your face to hear it. I mean, if you saw it, it's like, what's she going to do? Snog her or something? Give her a French kiss? They'll come right up to you to hear it. Let me hear it. That you are saying that you are a subject of the Queen, of Her Majesty. Oh, hold on a minute. I thought I was going to be a citizen of Britain, not a subject, because subject means to be a slave of the Majesty. But I in the document, I'm sure it said, British citizen, American citizen. I didn't know anything about taking allegiance to somebody else. I didn't know that. How did that come in? Hold on a minute. Let's question this. I applied for citizenship. Now I've applied to be a slave, a subject of Her Majesty. Why didn't it say that? You're applying this application for naturalization is for you to be naturalized as a slave to Her Majesty or His Majesty. Why didn't it say that? But it said at the beginning, it's a British citizen. Did it not? So I don't have a citation. That's how the Americans would understand it. I don't have a citation in this country. If I don't have a citation, if I don't have a contract in this country, then I'm an alien. I'm an illegal alien. I'm an alien. No lien.
No lien.
So taking it back, so can people actually use your name, as in you've got your powers of attorney, actually use your name to actually, create another person in your name.
Well, that's very interesting. I'm really thankful that you asked that question because I would have simply forgot that. Yeah. It's taught in the tricks and traps. You see, as a man and a woman, whether in your private capacity or your public capacity, you actually have the ability to create millions and millions upon legal fiction names in order to do anything that you want in life?
Ourselves.
Yourselves.
We can create straw men everywhere.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh.
That's not what I said. I said you can create legal fiction names. However different ways you can spell your name, that's accepted. You've also given away that. So if I want to be an importer of, say, olive oil, I just thought of that because of Godfather. So I can create a legal fiction name on the back of that. That's what I teach my business students. On the back of that, I take control of that legal fiction name and I bring in olive oil on the back of that legal fiction name. Yeah. Just for bookkeeping, I create another legal fiction name and bring in loaves of bread from China under that legal fiction name. And I can run hundreds of millions of businesses using hundreds of different names that all belong to me.
That's totally legal.
I beg your pardon?
It's totally legal.
Why wouldn't it be? Because, if you're asking for whether it's legal or not, you're saying that I've got permission from somebody. Who can I possibly ask to get permission from as a man? Who sits above me?
No one, just the creator.
The creator created me to be autonomous. I've given you all the skills that you need to walk about, talk about, do what you need to do. Basic rules is, don't go lying, cheating and things like that. And you get along fine. I have that ability. You also signed away that. That's why the gas bill, the electricity bill, the tax bill, the council bill, this bill, the parking ticket bill, take control of all of that legal fiction name and they make you liable for it. They can even create legal fiction names, make false claims on that name and make you liable for it. What's that called? It's called the stock market. And the more money the stock market loses, the more money you pay. They've now converted nothing into something because only you can create something. Corporations are incapable of creating things. They need a source of capital. What's capital? They need your head. So capital means head. People falsely think it's, money. Capital is not money. That's why I'm a capitalist, Without it, you lose your head, Being comical about it.
That's amazing.
So does that mean that they can also use your name for opening bank accounts in your name as well?
Yes.
And they can also authorise that without you being there?
That's correct, yeah.
How are they getting away with this magnitude of
Because
lie?
you allowed it with your silence. Or not you, but that wonderful audience out there, allowed that to happen.
So it's just through our own silence and ignorance that we've got ourselves here.
These are the mechanisms of contract. Verbal, which is called your word. Vocabulary, it means another word for word. Written, okay, and by your silence. You are a funny, quasi person. If you remain silent, that becomes the law. The government's going to go to war. If you remain silent, then
You're consenting.
You're consenting. Saying, this is what you're going to do. You send it off. Then they know they're dealing with authority.
I think we need to sort of go back a bit though and just say obviously people are conditioned into believing that external authority exists. You sort of think from you go to nursery at 2.5 and you're told to queue up outside and then told where to sit and sit down and be still. And
Conditioning.
It's all the conditioning. Hence why, and also we never question the language.
Yeah.
Also all the way through, so we have assumptions about what words mean and the language. And so this is why we are where we are.
Yeah.
So this is more about not sort of bashing people, but really actually just making them wake up to the fact that you have been conditioned to just be compliant. Even to the point where if I was to put a yellow vest on in the street and then I say to people, no, don't walk that way, people literally will obey my commands
Yeah.
because I'm wearing a yellow bib. It's as simple as that. And I tried this out and I tested stuff and it works.
Yeah.
And so would I.
Because they're conditioned to believe that someone with a yellow bib on has authority.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so would I. And so would I. So let's explore that in several facets. One is that, yes, we are conditioned. So what happened to the conditioning with you lot? What went so wrong with their conditioning programming system? What's so special about you?
I don't know, just got triggered, I don't know, I guess. Something triggered, must have triggered
What it
us.
is for us, I believe that you made more sense than the government.
Yeah.
But that's McDonald's menu makes more sense than the government.
I'll say what I think it was. What is I was one of those parents that I believed that when I took my kids to school that's my kid.
Yeah.
And no authority's got anything over my kid. No one was there when I made that decision to have a baby. And that was my attitude. And it got to the point where when you feel like they do believe they got power over our child, or state, or their ward of state, what we call our kids, that's when we took that action. That's when we realised, no, well, let's look into this because we know that's not right. Government technically works for the people, so how comes they're constantly finding you, telling you what to do, and you have no power whatsoever? And I know that wasn't the case. So I got off my arse, should I say?
Yeah.
Janine got off her arse.
Yeah.
Alfred got his arse. Christine got off her arse, and we went out there and done something about it. And we was lucky enough to find Mark.
Yeah.
But now we've all found Mark.
Yeah.
So there's no reason that.
If you found this information from Mark, then you are in a better position than those that have no idea
Yeah.
about David Wynn, Mark's technology, and what this movement is to free everyone from the fact
I ain't freeing nobody.
from the
No.
fiction,
Just-
awakening people from the
It's your
fictional
knowledge
world.
that you're sharing and imparting.
The mirror
Yeah,
world.
what is it? Allowing people to free themselves.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I've never read this saying in the Quran before, but apparently it's just saying if you hold out one hand to Allah, He'll hold that back too. Well, you have to start by putting your own hand out first.
Yeah.
It's, too many of us, and I will say this because the reason why I'm able to say it because I was one of those persons at the time. Expect
Yeah.
people to do it for me. I moan about everything, but did not move off my couch.
Yeah.
And it's only when it came knocking at my door to the point that, well, if I don't do something, I think they're going to try to take my child, which they attempted to, But with the help of with Mark's knowledge and people,
Well, that's overcrediting.
no, I'm not. I'm just stating the facts. This is my fact because
This happened.
Yeah.
This happened.
So this happened way before you met me. So my point is that you did something that distinguished you from the rest of society, and that's what I'm trying to get at. What is this distinguishing factor? You don't look very different. Yeah, none of yous here look like remarkable people that fell out of the sky or something with wings and
Used to do.
with a trident. Go with it. So what I'm saying to you is that what's so unique about you? I can't see it. So why hasn't the rest of the world followed suit? We can blame conditioning for here and there, but there's conditioning. You being East London is probably more conditioned, more dumbed down than ladies like in Windsor. This is a Lady Windsor, for God's sakes, This is Lady Windsor. Jesus, upper class is upper class can get. Do you understand what I'm saying? What is it?
There comes a time when you take all this, obviously. It might be something in you that grows over time. You see the injustice and everything, and it's like, well, I bring up the Matrix quite often, and when Neo's ready, he just says no, and that's it, and that's a starting point for everything. So basically, you've had enough. It's like being raped all the time. Then now you're going to stand up to it and say no.
I'll put it in my words. What it was, I just had enough of being afraid, and that's the bottom
Yeah.
line. Once you admit that you're afraid,
I
Yes.
think that's probably the unique feature of people that live a courageous life. People that live a courageous life don't give in to fear, because the life of a coward is thousands of times more disastrous to society and themselves than anything else. So what I would say on, on an analysis, final analysis almost, is that you manage to control your fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly I've not lost my fear. It sits in there real pretty, and I'm very happy for it to let me know there's something coming, Mark, because that fear never lies to me, and that's something that I want to convey. Fear never lies to you. It's telling you something is nagging at you. If you don't pay attention to me, it's going to grow, and it's going to consume your body. So it conveys that. So when that fear comes, I want more of it. Give me the whole lot, because I want to know what the end conclusion is of what this creature that sits with me called fear. Because fear is a unique word. It's got two vowels stuck in the middle. That's a very unique word. That means it's fully autonomous. It's an open and closed contract, and it's up to me to talk to fear. And I did that in 2008, and I've done it previously before and once in my life. And when you speak to it, when you address it, it will just go quiet. It says, I'm okay now. Mark gets it. He's not in denial. He realizes the next door neighbor eats children.
Yeah.
It's like joking. Mark's now got it. I can now go to sleep, and I can keep an eye out, an ear out, listening for this stupid thing called Mark. So when he ignores these things, I can come out. And that's what you guys did. You managed to not overcome, you managed to live and work and not ignore your fear. You thanked it and it moved on. Yeah. I think that's one of the unique features what I have experienced and what you have experienced.
It's always good when you, even with family, you explain things. Obviously, you want to help people as well, but you're doing it for yourself to be able to help people. But they don't get it, and they try to dissuade you. Why don't you just live your life out? This, that, and the other, to try and dissuade you from your journey. But it can't happen. And I remember when I was studying the Bible, when one of the apostles approached Jesus. You can take that how literally or whatever you want. It's instructional. When he was faced with going to be put on the torture stake, he said, well, why, Master, be kind to yourself. You don't have to go through this, And what did he say? He said, get away from me, Satan. Well, you're trying to, I forget exactly what, but that's the attitude you have to have. Otherwise, you can be dissuaded. You have to be strongly.
I would. That's what I would say. Is that all of you kind of have a unique trait that you've managed to, listen to your fear and not run away from it. Facing up to these things is absolutely critical, and that one sentence, living a courageous life, is the only way forward, because the consequences of not living a courageous life, it is extremely deadly. A life of a coward will consume you. It will totally consume you. And I don't think society are cowards, but I don't think they lack courage either.
And courage as well.
Ask yourself, why do they get you to work so many hours and watch bullshit TV? Is so you don't ever click on to, hold on a minute, there's another life.
It's a real world.
There is another parallel world that exists within the one that I live in. And that Mark is what's talking about that. In order for me to be competent at it, I had to go through a heck of a lot of a journey. It wasn't mild in its form. Just the people that on betrayal and theft and thieving, is one thing. The media attacking me is another thing. Working through all of this bureaucracy using first-hand knowledge, which is me as the bait, is another thing.
Being the bait,
So I've gone through that process. For me to simply sit here and say, when the opportunity availed itself to take up the crown, I took it up. And that's something Christine is going to discuss with me, how I managed to do that. And that will be an interesting conversation.
That would,
Yeah.
We need to encourage people to get out of victimhood, and I think
Yeah.
the period that we're going into at the moment, where it is food or fuel,
Yeah.
hopefully will encourage people to start listening to this and learning.
How to
Because
not be the fuel.
Yeah,
I mean, how to not be the food, sorry,
yeah,
and be
exactly.
the
Yeah,
fuel.
well,
So,
that you're entitled
Janine,
to have both, and
if I can ask you to just
yeah, and that you
finish.
can actually have both, but you need to get out of the victimhood. So people that go and queue up for food bags know that there's another way to do this, but that's going to require effort from you to push back and join this movement, take control and regain your power of attorney.
Yeah, because the government operates on you giving up your power of attorney. Yeah, you have full electoral rights, and when you sign that form, they give you voting rights. That's it's like I order Kentucky Fried Chicken, and they deliver me a chicken wing. Something is not quite right. I order electricity, and they give me a little bit of voltage. What happened to the ampage? What am I going to run my house on? Voltage? Where's the amps? Oh, we're keeping that for ourselves because that's electricity. We can't give you electricity. You're not competent enough to deal with your own electricity, so we'll give you a little bit of voltage. That's not going to harm you. It's got no ampage in it. We'll control everything else. We'll just give you the illusion you have power. That's how Parliament works in terms of owning your power of attorney.
So like you're saying, when people vote, they basically just vote getting one vote of ampage.
So voltage is one of the spectrums of power. We call it electricity. In order for electricity to be about, as it were, in conventional terms, it requires ampage accompanied by voltage. Otherwise, it's not going anywhere.
It's a power triangle, so power at the top, triangle, volts and amps. Being an electrician, that's how it was there.
So that's what it is. Who wants just one? So who wants just one corner of a triangle? It's bad enough not having four corners of control, but now you've got a triangle and you're not in control of that one triangle. You've got the pyramid, but here's a little bit of corner here.
I want the whole Toblerone, frankly.
Because it's yours. It's that's a 70s ad. For the American market, it's a chocolate that was quite popular in this country.
It still is.
It still is.
Yeah,
I have not seen
Have a
it.
Toblerone.
I'm on holiday, yeah. Really nice.
Yeah, and it's a triangle-shaped chocolate. And you break it off and you would eat it. It's very popular amongst children.
You can get me to one at Christmas.
That's it.
Really big one.
Yeah. So that's what that's about. The unique feature of my students, or even those people that come to us for the taxes and the student loans, the credit cards, the mortgages, they all have that. They have that unique feature. They've lost their fear. Some have not, and it goes all pear-shaped when they still have lots of that fear. But most of them have lost that fear. Do I have time to share a particular story with you guys? I just spoke to the lady even today. I spoke to her last week. This is just a cleaner lady.
Yeah.
A cleaner lady, okay? She saved enough money to get herself a nice big flat in Camden, I believe it is. Okay? I'm trying to talk her out from coming into the Federal Postal Court to be able to deal with the mortgage system, because I'm telling her, why don't you just sell the place and go to whatever country you came from, and you've got like £700,000 pounds, this is not dollars, in your bank account. They keep saying to me, not a penny more, Mark, we've just had enough. I said, but this is a stupid decision. Why would you want to go through all this pain? Because they will put you through all that. And, you know, you're not going to walk away with £800,000 or 700 or even 400,000 because you can retire happily with that for the rest of your life. It's not enough. No more, Mark. We just had enough. I spent half an hour trying to talk them out of it. Yeah, they said not enough. That's a humbling experience. I now have to convince the other Federal Postal Court members whether it's good for us not to take it on or not to take it on. I have to now convince them because she's convinced me that that's what she wants to do. So I have to have a third interview with the other members because the other judges and the other clerks will want to know what's going on here, Mark. Have you told her she can become like very wealthy if she just sells up and leaves? You know, and they're on record because it's all recorded. That's a humbling experience. You guys understand what I'm saying? That's a humbling experience. I don't have that ability to lose that much of fear. I don't think I had it. I don't think I have it. But these people have. That's something else. You guys understand? So on a grander picture, what I'm saying is that through my calculations, some, semi-factual, some of them mostly inferences, is that I would say this thing about the golden monkey or the 100th monkey or 101 monkey has long passed. I think we're in the sort of like 20% of the world's population has flicked on through the corona period. I think the point of no escape as to where this is going to go has already reached. And the news blockouts and the blackouts, I should say,
Suppression as well.
Yeah, is hiding it. The BBC, the newspapers, some of the newspapers are purely being sponsored by other people. No advertising. People are not reading it. Their viewerships and their readership has dropped down so much. It's now totally sponsored, funded by these, they call them oligarchs, but they are not. Yeah, they're just paid by usually the City of London that are being kicked out of Russia for trying to steal land in order to tap out oil and etc. But that's a different story. So what I'm saying to you is that the point of no return would be round about 6%. When 6% of the society clicks on, you've got yourself a massive movement.
Yeah.
When you have 20%, that thing already has tipped. It's now starting to reach incredible velocity.
Like Titanic. We've got a buoyancy at the moment. We're waiting for it to just go.
Yeah. It's come to the point of no recovery. When I disqualified what the word parliament means, it took me 6 months to do that. I put it out there and I did it on a YouTube video. I put it out there. What parliament means. Parler means speak. MENT means lie. That's in French, and I'll go over that in more detail. I put that out there and I waited for 6 months. That's how long it took the general public to feed it back to me, called a feedback loop. When the feedback loop came, that's when I knew they got it. So I disqualified it to give a full expose as to what that word means. And as a result, Parliament, and look at the way it's been behaving, have got no soap operas now. They got no canopies on their heads. They can't wear it. Yeah, they're all under the penalty of perjury. And as a result, they are making themselves deliberately, because they're under orders by me, to look like the asses that they are. They're doing a fantastic job. So you can't say.
They really are. They really are.
Yeah.
Well done, Mark.
Well done. Spectacle.
Yes.
Yeah. So it wasn't me that did it in the US. Joe Biden is doing a fantastic job to say, really? You Americans can't take control of me? Do you know there's no such thing as Washington, D.C.? It's all finished. They don't even use District of Columbia anymore. They only use D.C. and this is on the back of somebody I was speaking to, Daniel, you informed me that. He went and saw his sheriff in the county that David Wayne Miller lives in. He went and saw him. That sheriff basically said, yeah, we know it's all illegal, but I'll be retiring soon and I know I'm doing all illegal stuff. I'm hoping I won't get caught before I get retired.
Mm-hmm.
That's, you know, I'm not being blasé with this. This is what Daniel says to me. And he's a man of his word.
Going on to that point, speaking about that, Mark, and that goes on to our next question. I'll let you handle this one.
Oh.
Christine, number 11.
Okay. So when the bank has your power of attorney, how does that link in with government, corporation and health providers?
So the power of attorney is appointing a solicitor to conduct all of your affairs, more so with the mortgage than anything else. So the banks will also take out a insurance job on you, which means they will insure your life in the event that you pass away and your bank account's closed. About 8-9 years ago, we came across articles where they're saying, well, look, you know, if she passes away in hospital and she's insured for like, say, 100,000, and we're only going to make like 30,000 from her in her lifespan, perhaps you ought to just pull the plug on it. So that's a loss of a bank account. We've insured her for £100,000. Now they get paid £100,000. So they make a financial decision
On your life.
on your life, and hence the criteria for what is live and not live, what is considered brain dead and not brain dead, changed. If you pull the plug on somebody 20 years ago with that criteria, you'll be arrested for murder. Not for killing, for murder. Murder, kill means to cull,
Yeah.
like culling deer and rabbits and stuff.
Murder means vicious.
That's
violence.
right, it means murder. Yeah. Murder means to take somebody's life.
Life.
Yeah. So they changed the criteria, and that's the criteria that they use. Yet that criteria 20 years ago or 22 years ago, round about there, would be considered murder. It's done right in front of your face. Yeah, right in front of your face. The amount of horror stories I can tell you, it's just, it'll take people's breath away. But I think the Americans know this already.
You could do one example, Mark, if you like. We've got time for an example.
Okay, so for example, a particular doctor in the US, this is 1 in 1,000. You can get all this type of information from Dr. Null, Null, you know, death by medication. I think they call it iatrogenics, which is a Latin for death by medication, where I think it's him or, you know, this group of researchers or medical researchers that pointed out that this particular baby went in hospital and it was hemorrhaging. The parents were arrested for beating the children, and later it turned out that the doctor had injected the baby with warfarin to thin the blood out in order to harvest his organs.
Wow.
Yeah. So they arrested the parents so they don't make any noise. Yeah. So they found the social service saying this baby's been beaten, it's been hemorrhaging all over the body. It's because they gave it warfarin. That thins the blood out, where the blood will leak into the organs. But they were organ harvesting. This is you know, Burke and Eyre stuff. You guys know what Burke and Eyre is. That's the, you know, that's the couple, not the couple, the two people that used to do the body snatching, and the doctors needed fresher bodies, so they went and got fresher bodies by strangling them, killing them, and providing the hospitals with non-cadavers. Yeah, that means the body has not gone cold; it's still warm.
So
Rigor mortis is not set in.
I have to throw this on there whilst you spoke about what they've done with your baby. So would there be a link with the new transgender movement on children and powers of attorney?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so the way that you would link that is that because you don't have custody of your own children, because you have not shown competence, because you haven't even told them what the difference between a man and a woman is, because you allowed the local imparentis to say, well, you're tall and therefore you must be a lesbian, because that's what they do in the schools. Yeah, if you're tall at a young age, they say you're a lesbian, you must be a lesbian. And they have 33 criteria of that. And they program that to the children. And if you object, they ring the social services.
Yeah.
And the social services now try to take the children away from you. And if you object for a child to say, you know, I want to change my sex, if you object as a parent, they arrest you.
So what?
Look, not even the Nazis did this in in the world of movies. Nobody has ever done this in the history of mankind. What are these people doing, walking around in my world, in my planet, in my time, under my watch as a plenipotentiary judge, as a chief federal postal court judge, and a master? What are they doing walking around? It's still very simple. I have failed. And failure, I don't like failure. So I will continue and continue until I cull them.
So you can clarify, Mark, to us that what you're saying is the following: that they can just take our kids.
Yeah.
They can take our kids.
Yeah.
They can take your car.
They can take your phone. They can take your home. They can enter your home and take it. They can harvest your organs when they determine they want it. They can open bank accounts on behalf without you knowing. They can dictate what you do with your health. They can tell you what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. They can take away your freedom and your choice. They could even choose what work you do, what you study, what you pay for, what you buy, take away anything and everything. Would that be right in saying that?
Correct. And now you've got programmable money. The money in your pocket will be cryptoed very soon. Not Bitcoin, but it'll be cryptoed. Cryptoed means to encrypt.
Correct.
And it means to program as well. That means I'm the Bank of England and I'm going to create a crypto banknotes, and I'm going to program that money that I gave, that's going into your account, because I have full programmability. You're not going to buy meat with it. You're not going to buy this with it. You can only buy vegetables and what I say you can buy. You cannot go to this coffee shop, but you can go to this coffee shop. And if you go to that coffee shop, we'll give you a massive discount. And if you go to that corner coffee shop, which is not like Starbucks or whatever, we'll penalize you. Yeah, your money cannot be spent after 12 o'clock. What you got to understand is that programmable money, in its worst case scenario, that's the outcome. The best outcomes is, I'm a good citizen. I do a lot of good work for the government. It's programmable money. It's like the more I spend, the more credit they give me. And not only that, I get to spend it wherever I want. Yeah, and my money means more in other countries than yours does, because it's programmable money. That is total financial manipulation. And that's the straw, that you're going to be feeding out of. Programmable money quite literally means that. It's programmed to tell you how to spend it. Your money cannot be valid when you buy certain things. Oh, I don't think you're old enough to buy that.
Yeah. They've actually already started that process, didn't they, by messaging people to say, we think that your transaction is fraud, then we'll stop it. So it's like, we'll protect you by controlling your money. So they already introduced that anyway, but under the guise of protection.
Yeah,
and then the next levels come in.
Let's just hear what you have to say about that again, because I don't think the American market would have heard you properly. The American students. Tell me what you've just said to me, but a little bit slower.
Okay. So banks have started to message people to say that if they believe a transaction is fraud from the bank and not necessarily from a credit card, that they will stop the transaction to protect you, which is usually their first point to get you convinced that it's for your own good. So this is what they're already doing. And that's when what you're saying is next will then come, because it comes under, because people have already bought in now to the protection. They're doing it for your good, for your health, for your wealth, for your safety.
Okay. So let me give you now a real case scenario. One of my students in New Zealand, okay, wonderful lady, you guys know her probably. bought my course. She's yet to pay half of it. Her sister that works in a bank found out, who was a narcissist, and informed my bank that this woman, her sister, is trying to buy and finish off paying the course. And because it came from a bank, the bank closed her account for her protection so they don't buy my course.
Wow.
Yeah, and that bank communicated to my bank that there was been a complaint. Yeah, and this is not even for a large sum of money. You understand what I'm saying? So that bank account was closed. So I realized very quickly what custodial, powers really mean. So imagine that if the government has got nothing to do with anything, they're just servants, of a group of privateers, and we'll come on to that later on. If they don't want you to buy my course, they'll just simply, that programmable money will just zero out in my bank account, and it will zero out in your account. That's programmable money.
She never got it back either.
Of course, we sorted all of these things out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to leave her hanging dry, as it were.
They've done what they meant to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what Christine is talking about, is that they're saying, we don't want you going to that university. We want you to go to that university. Yeah? Your money is quite literally no good in that university because we're not going to make the transaction because it's already programmed. When they try to take custody of it, it will just go 0, 0, 0, 0 because it won't accept. It's programmable money.
Did this lady have a powers of attorney as well? Or was she not at that point of powers of attorney?
She's just recently come in.
So she hadn't got that yet either.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
So let's just one at a time if you can.
Yeah, go on. I was going to ask that as well.
Question.
Yeah, but she's got now a power of attorney. And
At the time, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
Well, basically, what you're saying, what I'm getting from all this, if you don't have your powers of attorney,
That can happen.
not even just happen, you basically are a prisoner for the rest of your days. You're in no control of your medical, no control of your children, no control of what job you have.
Finance.
When you're getting a fine or whatever it is. So you're basically, is that what I'm saying is correct, Mark? That basically you literally
On the
have
hands of the bank.
zero influence or power over your life.
That's right. You have what is known as spending power. Yeah, you don't have spending power. That's what that means. Such a model is now in existence in Saudi Arabia. That model's in existence in Saudi Arabia now.
So Mark, so just wrap this on the powers of attorney because there's other things obviously you want to talk to us about.
And look how long we're speaking just about on that one subject. That's what the audience don't understand. It's the far-reaching consequences of not having your ability to control your own affairs. Well, I can't teach my own children, let that school do it, because they'll teach her to become a homosexual, a lesbian, or change her sex.
Yeah. That's simple.
Right. Just say, Mark, that.
Or put puberty blockers, or puberty enhancers, which is also coming your way.
Oh,
Yeah, to turn a 5-year-old boy or a 5-year-old girl or an 8-year-old girl sexually active. Yeah, and yet she cannot even buy a packet of cigarettes.
Well, can I just say, if I was sitting there and I didn't have my powers of attorney right now, this is what I would want to know right now. Like, if I say I'm a competent man, that I am a competent man, how would I get my powers of attorney in that to fix this problem?
You would have to go to my website, study it, buy something, because I ain't giving it to you free. That's what you would need to do. If you feel you're competent, 99.99% of my students are all competent. Yeah, all competent. In the 5-6 years that I've been around with that particular website, they've all shown competency. So that's what they would do. First of all, it's like, my God, is Mark saying what he's saying. Let's just do 5-10 minute research.
Yeah.
So they do a 5-10 minute research and they say, gosh, it's all self-qualified. They go to my website, they do what they need to. And that's how that works. Yeah. So the competence is the biggest thing. Yeah, because paperwork ain't going to work for you if you've got no competence. That's just like a chicken making scratches on a piece of paper, putting its paw print, yeah, and passing it on to you to send it to the post office through the mail. A chicken is a chicken. A turkey is a turkey. Whether it's got an autograph or not, it's still there. You know, look at my website. You read some of the people there, the characters there. I feel very fortunate of having actually met them, because they're all known to me. You know, I never thought I'll get to this point without actually knowing such a thing exists. That's comparative work. I never thought something as stupid as that particular man existed. You know, it's like, no, Mark, nobody can be that stupid. Yes, they can. No, Mark, you know, it's like this character that you're reading about in mythology called echoism actually exists and is on my website. You know, it's like, this is like Aesop's tale coming alive. You know, and the man that you're looking at is like, I've seen him. It was called Beavis and Butthead. I know it's comical, but the cartoon is revealing that such people actually really exist, and I've met them. They're on my website. Or, you know, a malicious narcissist that is so malicious that they'll cut off their own nose to spite you. Mark, people don't exist like that. Oh, yes, they do. That was shocking. That was shocking.
It's,
So I may have gone past what you said.
Yeah, what it was, Mark, is that last night we was on with Charlotte, Janine, and myself. She was just telling us a first-time story. So, like, obviously, we've done our live life claim and our powers of attorney through the Global Federal Court and the Global Federal Postal Chief Judge. And then she made it aware to us that we wasn't aware of this. We're a bit ignorant like that. And she went, "No, my friend done a live life claim." What, we went through March? She went, "No, she went through some other
Purple Fun
or something called that, which is actually doing live life claims, which actually do not work. That judges have actually questioned it. That she's got first-hand knowledge of that. They're not accepted. You know, how do people know to make sure they don't get caught in this?
Look, what I would say is that there are some people I've given permission to use the live life claim and sell it, which are my students. But some of them, I've got no idea who they are. Yeah, some may be rogue students, which are not known to me. This particular group you're talking about, Purple Plum Community, which Charlotte has brought to my attention many times. But like most things, it's like, do I really need to deal with these things as well? I don't know who they are. I don't know if they're good people, bad people.
They're under Russell Gord.
But I have had clients saying that we have gone through these people and it backfired.
Really?
Yeah, but I said, I got time to deal with that. You should have done your research.
Yeah.
You know, where are they located? Do they have any names? It's like all bloody pseudonyms. And I say to them, who uses a pseudonym on a website? If Tesco's did it, if Walmart did it, you wouldn't buy anything from it. Yeah. Why would you put your life into a group that uses pseudonyms? You go to my website, you get to see my driving license, you get to see my passport number, you get to see everything. There is so much information about me there. I say upload it so the federal government can protect me here. Pretty soon I'm going to have live cams here linked straight to the federal government so they can offer me extra protection. Not that I'm under threat or anything. Yeah, because I want them to. I don't want to pay for surveillance of my house. You know, let them do it. Yeah, I'll just write to Interpol and say, look, this is the live clam. This is the link for it. Can you please monitor it and just make sure I'm okay?
Brilliant.
Yeah, so what is it that I'm saying? Why would anybody put their hands on a website which uses pseudonyms? They don't have any names, no location, but they're all over the place. And now it's gone into court, and what do you call it? The opposition have said, oh, these people are just conspiracy groups, and they're part of a thing called Purple Thumb Community.
Yeah.
And I've had some cases of mine where the judges have said that in the fictional courts, and it's my stuff. Yeah, so this is the consequence of groups like that. And I don't know who runs it because it's pseudonym.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'm telling you guys, if they're going to do something, do it bloody properly. If you're using my stuff, yeah, and trying to, I don't know what the hell you're trying to do, but if I have to come after you, I will come after you in a lasting way. This also includes people that steal David Wayne Miller's books and stuff, robbing his estate. Yeah, I bought at least 50% of it to a stop. The other ones are going to be a real shock to them. Yeah, they're going to find out what power really is and how much I'm able to control things. Yeah, this does not make me all mighty, all powerful. Yeah, that sort of stuff. With a wipe of a pen, I can do this and that. No, when I'm correct, the element of force that is called the agents, as it were, do the work for me. Yeah, but if I've messed up and I'm not taking responsibility and sorting out myself, they won't do nothing. This is your problem, Mark. You created it. You go and sort it out. Like some of those people on my website, they made it very clear we're not going to do anything. However, one did do a lot for me, like the British police did do a lot for me to protect me from my own stupidity by teaching some wrong people. You know, I must have lost a lot of respect with them for doing that. Yeah, come on, Mark. You can't distinguish between a psychopath and a narcissist and a malignant narcissist. The answer is no, I cannot. I didn't know that they were that vicious. I didn't know somebody would be so stupid to saw their leg off in front of you, to lose a leg just to spite me.
Yeah.
I never thought such a creature existed, but they do exist. I didn't think something would throw themselves or sell their children just to get my attention.
Yeah.
Yes, Mark, they really do exist. Why do you think we go to such extent? Why do you think that so many bad people get away with what they do? Because so many of the people are so screwed up because the general public let them get away with it.
Calm down.
Yeah, these people exist in everybody's families, and yet we did nothing. Yeah, it's like never grabbed hold of them and said, "You piece of donkey shit, you piece of shit." Sorry about my French, guys. You know, you piece of shit. This is what you did. Yeah, put the fear of God in them. We never did. Or you can't do that. You know, shut up, get off. You know, don't ever tell me that I can't protect myself. It's you that will be put under arrest. Yeah, for aiding and abetting a rapist or whatever it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it really does. I think COVID brought out the wimps and the less courage, and
Separate the weak from the
it's
chafe.
really separated the weak from the strong, because as my dad would say in his day, they were lining up to go war at the front line with guns. They were so scared they were hiding behind masks in our day.
Can I go sorry. I think it separated the women had all the courage and the men were being cowardly.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say it how it is, because if you watch most of them people putting out information, they're women.
Yeah.
You know, it's the women I saw get thrown down at Clapham Common.
Yeah.
And that common is surrounded by rough estates. Not one of those so-called boys.
We don't know what you're talking about.
Clapham Common, South London, a lady was murdered by an officer, off duty, pretended to arrest her and killed her. When the ladies were protesting in Clapham Common, South London, they were thrown to ground by the same officers they were protesting against. Not one man was there that I noticed, and if there wasn't one man that was willing to stand in front of those women getting thrown and beaten
the
No,
police.
and these weren't like bugs. These were like, as I want to go, middle class women, families. This is a nice area. It just happens to have estates surrounded, which are full of men. Full of men that, what we hear of in the papers every day, are so-called men. Carry guns and do what they want to do, but they stood back and didn't do a thing. And that's when I realised that they're all cowards.
Yeah.
And I was one of those cowards as well. Quick to talk, oh, look at this, look at that, and never done nothing.
We've been taught to stand down, though, haven't we? And conditioned over the years. And so men were always a target to emancipate, or whatever the word is. And that's the result.
Yeah. But either that, you don't have to, I'm non-combatant, you're non-combatant. Mark is, G over there is, and we all stand. You can still stand up and say your
So
thing.
can I pose a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you stand by and see a rape take place?
I wouldn't know.
Would you?
No, no.
Would you?
No.
Would you?
No way.
So what's happened to the rest of society? Stop making excuses for them.
Yeah.
That they've been dumbed down. Stop making excuses for them that they've been poisoned water. We drink the same water.
Yeah.
That their food is wrong. We eat the same food. We live in East London. We don't have access to organic food. Yeah,
Yeah.
that sort of stuff. So the time that you make excuses, you've just washed it down the drain. Yeah, you've got to call a coward for what it is. They are cowardly. He's telling you these are men in these estates that carry gun and pretend to be big. They are big to us. They want to be big to make us look a bit small. But when it comes to the real stuff,
Nitty-gritty.
they are cowards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what he's saying. He's like, don't make excuses for them.
Yeah.
Don't make excuse for Matthew for being a coward. Matthew, you bloody coward.
No, I was. That's why I had
You
identified
wasn't,
it.
though.
I was. It takes a coward to know a coward. I thought I
Don't
was.
argue with him. Don't argue with him.
I thought I was manly.
No, you
I
just.
thought I was
That's
manly.
it. That's it. Well, that is it. Don't make excuses for people. Don't make it. You guys made it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't think there's something special about you that they can't make it.
Yeah.
They can't make it because they're cowardly and they know it. Yeah, that's why the government gives them all the bloody powers, human rights and garbage like that. You can't beat up a gangster or whatever it is. Yeah, you can't fight against bullies. You have to be a victim. That happened in the 90s in this country. Remember, they used to say you can't fight a bully because he's a victim. But you have to let him kick you.
Yes,
beat
let them
you.
bully you. Yeah.
That's it. And they said no. He has to have expression.
At your child's.
Yeah.
So as long as you let the headmaster get away with that, and the school board get away with that, that means you're a coward. You have to put them under a penalty, Treasury. If you go any further with this victimhood, or try to turn my children, not yours, into being victims, I'm going to put you under arrest right now, and I'm going to throw you out of school. And if you want to call the police, I'll deputize them, but you're going to get out. You're going to resign. You're going to do it right now. Now, shut your fucking mouth, you piece of shit. Don't ever open your mouth in front of me, because you're not a man, you're not a woman, you're not nothing. You're a coward. I will tell you. Now, get off that chair and leave. I'm sacked you. You've got to have that attitude. If you don't know when you've been violated, you're not a man. If you don't know if being violated, you're not a woman. These are all knots and knots and knots. So you can get your boundaries in.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's worse still that they sacrifice their own children for their cowardice.
I went further than that because my older son was being bullied, and when I found out, I just got hold of the kid and threatened him. Said, if the police come, let them take me away. Whatever. I'm going to have you. Stopped it. Stop.
Yeah. That's it. That's how you demoralize a nation, when you allow the cowards to take a grip and allow the bullies to do what they need to do. Which is to have expression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've finished the actual sheet, but we could go into live life claim.
Don't you think so, Suzanne?
Christine, you had a question.
Oh, what about the Crown Coffee
Yeah,
vote?
yeah.
before we go there,
Yeah.
I'll answer that last.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just show something here. Now, you know, you was one of the first champions to step forward and come round my place. Yeah. Now look, to come round my place
Get your photograph on that.
and you know gift us with that, and to
Couldn't
gift
forget.
me and to gift me a dictionary that has, I think it's like 22 million words or 22,000 words. I've forgotten.
Yeah, from
Wow.
20,000 words. Yeah.
Yeah, 22,000 words,
Find
and
You're amazing.
I can't pick it up.
I
That's
set
the
my
size
intention
of
to
it, yeah.
receive it.
Wow.
That's the size of it. That's the thickness.
Wow.
I mean, this is a dictionary
Full of shit.
which is essentially being disqualified
Yeah.
because of what we found out, or what you found out about the further readings of what Parliament means,
Oh.
and the publishers of Cambridge and English Dictionary
Oh, really?
not being able to produce acts because they made acts purely for the purposes of revenue. And this book, this dictionary, you cannot read it. You need, it's in like, what's this, 2-point front, isn't it? You need a microscope, or sorry, magnifying glass
Eyeglass.
to even make sense of it.
Wow.
Look at it. How many of you are going to read this much bullshit, in order to pen a letter? This book, as lovely as it was receiving it from you, is just pure bullshit. Yeah? As long as you can take custody of your words, it's so massive, it's unbelievable. Yeah? If you can't take custody of your words, you don't need books like this. You just need to write in an authoritative manner, in a cordial fashion, you know, and that will do it. If you're going to make statements, then you have to qualify it. But you can tell the headmaster how things are going to roll out, and he'll respect it. Yeah. By default is how these people exist. They exist because you allow it.
Yeah.
That's it. You know. But thank you very much for this. It's really an inspirational
Sorry,
point.
Yeah, I love
I
it.
just had the funny thought with that.
What?
As soon as it got bought, it went, someone's actually bought the 22,000 words.
No, this is a very popular thing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's a very,
I think you've got the
It
old
is a
copy.
good way. It takes you back through history,
Oh,
the
did you?
origin of the
Oh,
words.
loads of words, every
Yeah.
single word.
so,
Yeah, it's really good.
you know, you have to wear the gloves because it will leave moisture prints on the page because the page is so thin.
Yeah.
You got to wear, you know, these kind of gloves that the librarians would use. Yeah.
Martin Snooker, really.
So what? That's that. Now, before I answer that question about how I took over the Crown copyright, I'll point this out. Okay. I want us to discuss what this particular word "person" means, and which dictionary is this from? Do you know?
Law dot dictionary.
Law dot dictionary.
It's, yeah.
Okay. Now, this is a definition of a person, what a person means. Just listen to it. And we need to break this apart to appreciate the length and breadth one has to be able to reach in order to take your power of attorney back. In other words, show competence in what you're doing, rather than superficial stuff, because superficial stuff does not work. It's like the Supreme Court. Supreme Court does not work. Why? Because supreme means what? Superficial. What does Superman mean? It means superficial man. It's in the words, okay? But let's explore this. A person, a human being. That's one definition. A human being. A person is a human being.
Mm-hmm.
If an apple is an apple, why would you want to call it a pear? Why would you want to call a person a human?
Mm.
Why would you want to call a human a person? Why do you want to call an apple a pear? Because if I manage to get it convinced in your brain, in your mind, in your culture, in your vocabulary, that a pear is an apple is a pear, you can't tell the difference. So I can sell you apples or pears. Oh, you want a pound of pears? Yeah, here's a pound of pears. Oh, they look nice and round, these pears. Yeah, that's called colouring of the law.
Colouring of the law, yeah.
Colouring of the law. Yeah. So here, I repeat, a person in one definition as a noun is defined as a human being. I would now need to look at that word. What is a? That's how far I would go. What is an a? A is trying to sit there as some sort of an article. Article means artistry, in order to try to convey that this is a human. I would now have to look at the sound human. It's got two distinctive words. Human. HU means different colors. And then it's got man. So it must mean different shades of man, different color of man. What does that mean, different colors of man? Does our psychological makeup have different colors? Well, it might do, because it's psychological types. Say under Jungian system of types of people, how our brains think. Yeah, so red is no longer red to us. Apple is no longer an apple. It could be a pear as well. And of course, with transgender movements and plastic surgery and all that, now a man can be a woman. You know, I've actually seen it on telly. It's like, yeah, I'm a woman. It's like it's like it gets under your skin. I mean, is this for real? I'm a woman. No, you're a man. No, I'm a woman. I'm identifying myself as a woman. Yeah, well, that's really great. You know, what is a woman? It was a woman. You know. So we have evidence that this psychological type can be so deprived as to think that by just simply saying it, they can get away with it. Society is not going to let that get away. That I can assure you. Yeah. So human means the different shades of man. I didn't know we had different shades. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's imagine we have shades. Okay, I'll accept it. Now we look at a being. What is a being? You know, look up the word being, and you'll quickly understand it's not part of creation. If it's not part of creation, what is it? It's man-made. So just listen to the word. Oh, she's a creature, which sounds so terrible. But I'm basically said that she is part of creation. Mm-hmm. But if I said, oh, she's a being, oh yeah, I'm a being. Yeah, that's part of man-made words to rob you of creation. Yeah, it's part of the fiction world to remove you from calling yourself a creature. Because if you're a creature, you are a sentient creature. But they'll try to twist it and call it a sentient being. Next time you go to the vet, and the vet says, you know, you've got to give your dog a vaccine, you say to him, this is a sentient creature, you say you don't need it. But if it's a, dog being, then they will say it needs to be vaccinated because it's not a real dog. You understand? I'm a woman. Yeah, it's like that. You get it? I mean, I actually heard it on telly. So I'm a woman. Yeah, I'm a woman.
I'm not convinced, Mark. Huh? I'm not convinced you're a woman. Could you prove this?
Now that's a prisonable sentence, isn't it? You know, exposure.
Can you prove this, please?
So, a person is a human being. Okay?
It does say you, though, in that dictionary. I'm just going to say, because I'll have to qualify then. I'm going to re-qualify the dictionary now.
Yeah, what's it say?
You, about the colouring, yeah.
Yeah, it does say it's different colours of man.
Yeah.
Okay, different colours of man. Okay, so that's that, okay? So we know colouring of the law is directly linked with the colouring of man, which means you've already coloured yourself. You are not congruent with me, and I am not congruent with him. Yeah, you are like East London, me, Windsor Castle. You know,
Nice to meet you.
ain't gonna happen. You,
Expecting dump site.
so you two are so incongruent because you are human.
Yeah.
I'm a human.
I'm a human.
So you are incongruent is what that's selling you. And it's artificial because it's being. It's an artifact. You are an artifact of East London. She is an artifact of Windsor.
So I'm no longer a fax being an artifact.
That's correct.
I'm
You're an artifice.
an artifact.
You're an artifice. Yeah, she's an artifice because you've decided to take up East London.
Yeah.
You've decided to take up Windsor. You've decided to put these things upon yourself in order to generate revenue for yourself. And hence the king now takes a part of that revenue. And now when you object, I gave you the means by talk a load of bullshit, dressed like idiotics, have plastic surgery and etc. Now you don't want to pay me my dues, and I've gone to that length. Yeah, that bloody many words. Yeah, that's called colouring of the law. I created that so you can make money from it.
Yeah.
So if you're going to make money from my corruption, pay me my taxes. Hence Jesus' words. Yeah, render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's,
Yeah.
God's what is God's. That's all that is. That's just from one sentence. Person is a human being. You are incongruent with each other. You need a middleman called the Bar Association. Yeah, it's not comical because that is what they do. Husband and wife. Say you're husband and wife. Can't agree upon something, you are incongruent. Come to me.
Yeah.
You will lose 80%, you will lose 80%, but I'll leave you enough to start over again.
Oh, that's nice of you.
That's the cost of a divorce because you can't divorce yourself. Yeah, you went to them to be married. What idiot goes to the bloody Bar Association to get married?
Everyone, by the looks of it.
Who wants to go to a registrar?
Yeah.
But that's where you put your cars in, isn't it? To register your car. I'm registering. The people don't get it. You know, it's like you register your car, you go to the same registrar to get married. What if two cars came together? Can they get married? Yes, they can. And it's called a marriage. Yeah. When you splice two cars together, if it's approved by the registrar, it's one vehicle. Am I right?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You can cut me, but not put the
You
other.
can do it cut
Yeah.
and shut. Yeah.
But some they won't allow you to. You know, it's like, God forbid, East London, Windsor. You know, it's like, that marriage ain't going nowhere. So we've understood this.
Yeah.
Now let's go a little bit deeper, okay?
This is what it is.
Person. A human being. Can we put a full stop to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Second definition, within the realm of a noun. Within the realm of a noun. It's not an adjective, it's not a verb, but it's still within the realm of a noun. A corporation. A human is also a corporation. We know corporations have no commercial energy of their own. They need they need man's input. Hence the word capital. Corporations cannot govern themselves. It hasn't got artificial intelligence yet. It's also another word for corporation. Treated as having the rights, which is four corner rule. It's plural, rights, and obligation. Yeah, which means what they owe, like the obligations to your husband, your children. Yeah, obligations of a person. They've basically told you a person is a human. It's also a being. It's also a corporation, and you have to treat it having, as if to say it has rights, control over a four corner rule, and it also has obligations, but it doesn't tell you what those obligations are. of a person. So it has all the obligations of a human and a person and a corporation and as a being, and it has control over four corners, which McDonald's Corporation can. Then it's got a full stop, but it's not going into a second sentence. It's following on with this sentence as definition 2. And they can see this on my website because, I got you to do that.
Yeah.
And that's in the resource section. Countries and cities can be treated as a person in the same manner as a corporation. I didn't know a city was a human. You can now say it is. I didn't know a corporation is a human, and they all have persons. It's just told you here, even a city, and a city is classified, categorized if it has a cathedral. If it has a cathedral, it's called a city. Like the City of London is St. Paul's Cathedral. Every city must have a cathedral in order to call itself a city. Every country in the world cannot call itself a country unless it has a treaty with the Universal Postal Union. Otherwise, it cannot call itself a country, because that word country is the patented word, copyrighted to the Universal Postal Union. That's why it says America cannot call itself a country unless they sign up for post. Otherwise, you're not getting post from any country in the world. Get it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's saying anything with a postcode and a letterbox, you can now treat it as a human being and as a person. I didn't know my letterbox, which has exactly the same dimensions, painted by the post office in my front door as an invitation into my door. I didn't know it was a human being. Did you say hello to my human being post box? So to follow it to its logical conclusion, every single letterbox in the street, in this country it's red, is what?
Has the same rights as us.
It's a human being.
Yeah.
With the same rights.
It's a person. And it has control over the four-corner rule. My letterbox is human. I hope you treated it well. Yeah, I hope you fed it. It likes postage stamps.
Pound ones.
So I'm taking I'm taking the sharpness out of it. Taking the sharpness out of it. So we now know that a letterbox is a corporation. It has human rights, and it has control of the four-corner rule, and you are to treat it as a person. I'm a woman. Yeah, I'm a woman. That's a person.
That's a person.
A letterbox, it's not complicated. A letterbox can claim human rights.
Yeah.
It has human rights. I see how explanatory depth it goes into. Now you guys are seeing that I'm following it to its logical conclusion. Now the third sentence on this, which is not a third definition, but the same second definition. Do we have this on our website at all? I don't think so yet. I think that is, you might be able to find it.
It's in your.
If it doesn't matter. I don't want to, pursue that too much. But now it says they're now giving you a ticket in and a ticket out. It starts with however. There are exceptions, what they're saying. Okay, so let me read it. However, corporations, countries and cities cannot have the emotions of humans, such as malice. So what that means, and I've yet to finish it, and therefore are not liable for punitive damages unless there is a statute authorizing the award of punitive damages. What they're saying now is that even though cities and etc. are persons and humans, okay, if they are cities, they cannot be exclusively human. Human would be a higher word that would perhaps control the cities. That's what that means. Just listen to the words again. However, corporations, countries, and cities cannot have the emotions of humans. They're saying that humans, the different colors of man, have feelings, but they didn't use word feeling, they use emotions. Feelings are men and women. Emotions are human. Emotion means no mute contract.
Wow.
No mute contract. Like in the moat of a castle, stop you from entering it. It means no moat contract. In other words, you're not allowed to mute them. It's in its negative
Oh,
form.
wow.
Yeah. So they're saying, once again, however, corporations, countries, and cities cannot have the emotions of humans. Okay, and therefore, as such as malice. So when a city does something bad to you, you can't say the city did anything. But the humans behind the city did something bad. Understand what I'm saying? They're basically saying, and I paraphrase it, like what George Orwell taught you again and again, all animals are equal. 2 weeks later, an amendment is created to the constitution of Animal Farm by saying, however, some animals are more equal than others. You now have to go around in circles and circles and circles, proving that you are more equal than your fellow other other animals. What is an animal? It's a corporate instrument. What's a mammalian? That's a natural part of creation called mammals. We call it fauna and flora, the broader spectrum of the animal kingdom, so-called animal kingdom, and the plant kingdom. Mm-hmm. So what they're saying is that when a city does something to you, it's not done in malice. If it kills you, it's done nothing doing in malice. It's not doing it out of enjoyment or pleasure or malice or whatever.
What is it?
It's just doing it.
Not out of the kindness of their heart then.
Because it hasn't got a heart. Because it's not human.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Because it's not human. They're saying humans has emotions. So the different coloring of the man that controls the cities and so on and so forth control these cities unemotionally. Does that make sense? And they hide behind it. Countries go to war with each other on an unimaginable level of destruction. Because they're telling you here, they are not human. They're less than human.
Yeah.
So when the soldiers fight for these cities and their countries, they're saying they're not even human. So we come to that point, and therefore they cannot have any statutes, they cannot have any feelings, and therefore no damages. Unless there's a statute authorizing the award of punitive damages. Okay? Statutes can be created. Okay? So what have we learnt from this?
We are not persons or humans or beings.
They never mention people.
No man.
Man or woman.
They put a hue in front of the man to modify the man.
To colour the man.
Yeah, to colour the
Colour
man.
the man.
To make it not
Because
work.
as you know, in this room, I'm more equal than every single one of you. It says on my constitution as you walk through my door, Mark is more equal than you are.
He's done the training.
You guys understand what I'm saying,
Yeah.
okay? So you know that if you wanted to make a lot of money, as it were, you pick up the colouring of the law and you confuse the hell out of people. Yeah? So if that's what you want to do, pay your taxes. But there is a penalty at the end of it, vaccines, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah. culling operations, etc. There is one word here that we really have not looked at, which means person. What does a person mean? You guys know better than I do, probably.
Persona.
Okay, so in a conventional language is a persona. What is a persona?
It means nobody in French. Persona. I know that much.
Nobody in
Nobody
French.
in French. Nobody. Yeah.
It's a nobody in French.
nobody.
And in English?
Ooh.
It's per and then son. If you
So that's passe.
yeah.
Yeah. So in normal,
Son.
normally
No,
in
son.
normal English, it's still called an actor's mask.
An actor's mask.
It's an actor's mask. You know, the famous two masks that you see.
Yeah, drama.
Yeah, in drama schools and etc. It's how to put a mask on to color yourself in order to make a good living. You know, one day I'm Jesus, next day I'm Genghis Khan, you know, the next day I'm Joe Biden. Yeah, they're all actors on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, no way did I ever use my birth name or my factual name. I used all pseudonyms, my legal fiction names, which I have the ability to make as many as I want in their funny quasi world. And hence, you know, David Wayne Miller's rescue package, Quantum Grammar. Okay? So, person, that's what person means. It means an actor's mask. I'm not an actor. I'm not part of this, you know, big dictionary of plays, you know, where the Parliament passes actors. These things are not applicable to me. But I have to show competence with these things. If I'm a competent actor, then I'm called a good actor. If I'm a bad actor, then I'm called a bad actor. And there's a section in there called bad actors. Yeah, lacking performance. This guy didn't perform for the duties that he was supposed to be put into. Yeah, that's all part of their world. Yeah, I am not an actor. If I wanted an actor, I'd say I'm being an actor now. And this is one of my personas, one of my legal fiction names. Yeah, that's what that's about. So, what does it mean in passe?
No son.
No, in passe, PER means a unit of measure. Yeah, per unit of alcohol.
Measurement of son.
So, PER means it's a measure of something, like performance.
Yeah.
I am one unit of a performance. Yeah, that's what PER means. It's not PRI or PRE, which is a poison prefix, which means no.
It's PER.
Yeah, so it's PER, which means it's one unit of something, whatever that is.
So they're measuring your son because it's son at the end.
So PER means what?
Measurement of weight of the unit.
Yeah, whatever it is unspecified unless you get to the suffix of the word,
Son.
which is the SON.
Which is like sun,
Yeah,
a sun, our energy, a life force.
yeah. So
Children.
CON is spelled means identical to SUN. SUN means exactly the same as SON. And guess what? SYN, like in syntax,
Yeah.
also means sun. Yeah, and there are quite literally dozens of these words that all mean sun, spelt with changing the vowels in between, you know, changing the vowel words. Those fundamental language words which you hear all animals make, the vowels. They manipulate you with the use of the vowels. A, E, I, O, U. When you hear the chimp say it, the animal kingdom, you know, you hear it. The monkey will speak like that to you. And then it will put the consonants in, like the whiteboard, the white keys and the black keys and the piano board. And they try to remove the vowels because that vowel controls your genie. That's something that very few people don't know. That controls your genetic code, your authenticity, your genuinity, your gene. It always comes up as gene. Matthew, you falling asleep?
Half asleep.
Remember, you are on record.
I'm actually on Christine's head. Hopefully, the shadows my teeth might give it away.
So, that's how far we go with this. You can never claim to be a human, because a human is just slightly above a city and a letterbox.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the power of these things. So, person in their fictional world means actor. Yeah, and they'd work desperately to try to get you to become an actor, so you don't ever understand the passe of the word. Because if you understood what sun means, it's a unit measure of sun's energy. Yeah, syntax means sun. Syllabus even means sun. Yeah. Systems also mean sun. There's so many words. They all mean sun. System means essentially, the sun, the sun, the stem of the sun. Yeah, that's in passe. The stem, STEM, of the sun, because sun gives life to everything. If they can rob you of that, they lock down another element of your genie.
So do we start a new movement for all letterboxes, for human rights?
Yeah, I mean, this is how comical it is, because you follow the logic like you follow the money.
Yeah.
You see it for what it really is, because they basically said not basically, they have directly said exactly what I have said. Yeah. Let's read it again. Person. What's the definition of a person? In which dictionary did you find it?
The Law Dictionary. Law.dictionary.com.
Online, yeah?
Online, yeah.
Okay. Definition 1, which is a noun. In passe, we all know what noun means. It means no. A human being. Second definition. A corporation treated as having the rights and obligations of a person. Full stop. Carrying the sentence on. Not the third definition. Countries and cities can be treated as a person in the same manner as a corporation. Full stop. Carrying the sentence on and not creating another definition. We're still on the second definition. However, corporations, cities, countries and cities cannot have the emotions of humans, such as malice, and therefore are not liable for punitive damages unless there is a statute authorizing the award of punitive damages. That means all those hundreds of cases that the Americans do, sue the city of California, sue the city of state, so it don't go nowhere, because it's done no malice. It's incapable. It doesn't pay any punitive damages.
It gets away with it.
You have to go after the mayor in his private capacity, not doing his public job under his pseudonym. You have to pull him into court to answer for the acts of the city, and then he'll say it's only acting. Well, that acting caused damage to real people, and every single judge on the planet will agree with you. When an act or an audience begins to clash with the audience, when an actor, its stage play begins to clash with the audience, then there are damages to pay, because there is a clear boundary between that which is stage and that which is audience, and that's protected by an iron curtain, a fire rail, that one does not move to the other. If any statue fell over and hurt a man, that artist will be prosecuted, because you have violated artistry. When an artistry damages man and woman, called people, then there is hell to pay. And that's the point we're getting to. And I am very, very close with it, especially when the mortgages. Yeah, that's the logic. And that logic was not created by me. It was created by the judges talking to people. But I can hear it. They say, Mark, we're doing our best here. Yeah, listen to us, what we're saying. When this young Muslim woman in this country sued Tate Gallery to say that I was offended by this male nude picture, the judge simply said, well, it's in your mind, and plus that's in a box. in a frame.
Yeah.
That's you insulting yourself. That's in a box. That's isolated from you. You make out of it what you want. Yeah. And he made that clear. This is in a box.
Yeah.
This is in a box. Parliamentary discretion takes place in a soapbox.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why if you get on a soapbox in Speaker's Corner, say whatever you want to say, as long as it's not so dirty and, they'll leave you alone because it's got full immunity.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's held tradition there. That is where your actual speaker is. Speaker's Corner is where your corner is. That's why it's called Speaker's Corner. Yeah, the artificial version of that is called the Speaker of Parliament. Your voice really is in Speaker's Corner. That's where you need to be. And every country will have one. Even Scotland has one.
Even Scotland.
I might make it already Saturday down there if I can fit in.
Sundays.
It'll be Sunday, yeah, I'll get it.
Sundays.
People can have I'm quite tall, so I'm going to throw things at me quite easy.
No, they don't do things like that. But it's, at the moment, it's hijacked by religious buffoons. Yeah, but you can get on a soapbox anywhere in the world, and you'll be fully protected.
As long as I'm on a box.
As long as you're in a box. You step onto level playing field, then
You better.
Beautiful.
yeah,
Remember that,
that's.
huh?
But I don't step on boxes and I don't use these things because I'm speaking factually. I'm on a geometric level playing field.
You're not an actor.
Yeah. So, listen, folks, we've now stayed, on this particular definition for probably over 25 minutes, and look how in depth it is. I'm satisfied that I've explained to the audience what explanatory reach is when it comes to words. Yeah, and I've given them an incredible opening into the world of psychology, which means the study of the human spirit. That's what psychology means. Even psychology means exactly that. It means sun. Yeah, it means the study of the sun. That's what it means. Yeah. If you understand what ology means study. Yeah. Psych means there's another word for sun. Yeah. Psycho means something else. It means spirit. Okay.
Biology means study.
So that's why they say you're psycho. So when I say Janine is psycho, or Alpha is a psycho, I'm just saying it's spirited.
It's brilliant. Call me psycho all you
And the
like.
film American Psycho.
Yeah.
There you are.
To rob you ever touching these words. You don't want to be a psycho, do you? Oh, okay, that's fine, because that works all to us very well, because psycho means spirit.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and that's how the twisting and the turns work to lock people's minds in, so they don't ever tap into their genuinity, their genius, their genetic code. And so I could write a whole book on it, and it should be a bestseller.
It should.
But instead, what do, you get people that write, pick one word and write an entire book, and the New York Best Times list or what a bestsellers book will say this guy sold 12,000 copies, so he's a bestseller. They buy the 12,000 copies and put you there. Nobody's bloody reading it.
Yeah.
And then you're on Oprah Winfrey. Yeah, I sold 12,000 copies. No, I bought the whole lot. That's how I got to
Put you
it.
there.
Yeah, I know authors that have sold thousands of copies, hundreds of thousands of copies of their books. These newspapers won't even mention them. Won't even mention them. Like Jim Humble's book. I know Jim Humble. He sold millions of copies all around the world of his book. Millions. Yeah, won't ever find it in a bestseller list. Dr. Colwell. Yeah, he will easily sell 200,000 copies of his book. You don't find it. Yeah. So that's how bad things are, because pulp fiction sells more and does more to corrupt society, in which people can live on that corruption. Corruption of the word, corruption of the biology. Biology means the study of life. BIO means life. Okay, so that's how profitable it is. My job as a master on a global scale is to be able to make it unprofitable. Yeah, and that's what I'm working on, and I'm close. So when I go after the mortgages, and people come after their mortgages, can't say debt pledges. What floats the markets? What floats the lies? It's the taxes, which we deal with, and the mortgages. Yeah, and they're hoping to convert enough people to have sex changes so they can turn them into beings, because that's all taxable. That's all acts, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's all acts.
Yeah,
They're working hard on the transhumanism, aren't they? So we have to have our power of attorney in place. And also, I was watching a film actually, which is rare, and I was trying to analyse it. Couldn't make head nor tail of it. It was basically the life of a cyborg that had expired and then went back and all that. And they used the term, the name for it, as a techno-sapien.
sapien means sophisticated.
I thought, wow. Yeah.
They're
So they're
technically
trying to soften
sophisticated.
it to bring it into play.
Yeah, they're trying to integrate, the banks are trying to integrate synthetic technologies into your body to make you a synthetic. Oddly enough, synthetic, which also means sun.
So
With
you
your
trying to give
corona.
us a synthetic sun out there.
So,
The corona.
yeah, so, you know, the corruption is staggering. It is staggering. And if you was to take a measure of why they would go to this length of trouble to corrupt things, you've now got a measure of how powerful men and women are. And I use the word power as in, you know, responsibility. Because if you don't have responsibility, you never get power. I'm powerful. I have power because I take responsibility. Nobody gets responsibility. Nobody gets power unless they get responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
Nobody gets power without responsibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody does. It doesn't work. It's an oxymoron. Okay, an oxymoron. And the more people they convert into being oxymorons, the more products you can sell. You know, if you can sell somebody a sex change, if you can sell a mother and father puberty blockers,
Okay.
hell, man, you can sell them the idea that you need to take your children to concentration camps because they're the devil itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, your children is demon possessed. Let us deal with it. I mean, that's how fucking fucked up people really are. That scares me. Yeah, that scares me. So, yeah, this is my world. I take full responsibility for it. That ain't gonna happen. I ain't doing it for you, and I ain't doing it for them. I'm doing it for me. You guys will benefit from it. If you try to sabotage me, then I will screw you up in ways that you cannot understand. I have an extremely high creative IQ. My normal IQ is mediocre, 112. Yeah, it's just average, 112. But coupled with that 200 above creative IQ, that means you give me a matchstick, I'm going to build a castle. But that castle is going to have tactical nuclear armaments on it.
Armaments.
Yeah.
Armaments. Yeah.
Armaments, not weapons. I don't deal with weapons. That's what that means. You know, that all that creativity goes into what I'm doing. Yeah. And that's because I want to be able to, in this most simplistic way, I want to be able to go to the beach, put my cell phone to a side, not ever think anybody's going to take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Because the reason why people steal is because the banks cause scarcity. The reason why people steal is because they're trained negatively to take up thieving, lying, and etc. as a profitable way of going about things. This is why I love Bitcoin and Bitcoin paper. It makes it very clear we're going to reverse your corruption by making it so profitable for you to actually mine the coins and work with the coins
Yeah.
than doing the opposite.
Yeah.
And we're going to make it so unprofitable for you to actually even try to attempt stealing bitcoins and etc., that you're going to naturally govern yourself to be honorable and self-conducting. The world of corruption from the Olympians was to corrupt people so much that corruption itself now becomes profitable. Lying, cheating, stealing is now so profitable,
Everyone's doing it.
everyone wants to have that corruption
Yeah.
because it's profitable, it's rewarding. Why would a rapist stop raping if he's being rewarded by it until you take his penis away? Yeah. Which, by the way, has now become legal because that's called chemical castration, which is a chemical that they give to boys in order to wither away the man's penis, which is what they used to give in prisons in order to act as a sexual repressant, so they don't go raping each other. We used to call it bromite in our days. This is not to say I've been to prison and they've had bromite, you know, but this is very well known. They used to put bromite in the bread and things to sexually dumb you down.
Yeah.
I think fluoride works just as better, I think, probably. Yeah. You guys understand what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the audience will definitely
Resonated.
resonate.
Yeah.
So would you like me to now
We
tell
would
you
love to have
how
the
I
crown.
managed to take over the crown copyrights and the crown itself?
Yes.
About 4 years ago, in the opening ceremony of Parliament, the Queen Elizabeth, she refused to put the crown on. And it was broadcast that she left the crown behind because she was coming from the races. This is the most important thing that she can do for that year. That she was coming from the raw horse races and she didn't have time to pick up the crown. But the crown was standing right there because she was not to put it on. Okay? Only an ordained minister of faith can put it on. Church of England, normally Anglican. Anglican means four-corner rule. Yeah, it means the land of angles. It's German for the land of angles. They refuse to put it on. So I'm looking at it. Probably about 3-4 months passed, and I'm now in Azores training some potential ambassadors for what I do. This is in Azores, yeah, where the ley lines meet. And I'm thinking about it and I'm looking at it. Well, obviously they're saying that I no longer have the crown of the people because the crown represents the corona of the people. So either the crown has done something to dishonor it, what they call a corporate soul, S-O-L-E. The corporate soul has done something so terrible that it carries a curse, or its time has run out. Okay, that's why she's openly lying to say I didn't have time to pick it up, even though it's right next to her. No minister put it on her head. She's lost the crown. So that means she's not the crown queen. She's the queen in the world of fictions, but she's not the crown like the crown prince. Crown prince means that they've been ordained by the minister of faith. Without faith, you can hold nothing. That's something I would really like to discuss, faith, because this is what keeps me going. It's the faith that I have in what I do. Without it, nothing moves. Like the trust that we have in each other. Without that, nothing moves. You know, if we don't have 3 people moving things, trusting each other, we don't have trust. We don't have Father, Son, Holy Ghost. And hence there is no trust. It's the same with faith. You know, if we don't have faith, you can't have your glory. You can't have your corona. You cannot go about doing what you're doing. All don't, can't. But you have faith, as the good book says, you can move mountains. You know, as Muhammad would say, well, if I can't go to the mountain, let the mountain come to me. You know, then it will. And that is how faith works. So putting a faith aside, okay, coming back to the crown. So I'm sitting there thinking, look, what would possibly cause this? I don't know. but she's openly advertising that the crown is for take. Okay? Why? Why give it back to somebody else that will screw it up just as bad, or hijack it and live off the energy of the Commonwealth? Why do that? What they're advertising is that she no longer has the ability to hold that crown, which is the corona of all the people in the world, albeit the Commonwealth or this country, and that she's putting it aside, and she does not have it sanctioned by the Anglican Church. Okay, that's what she's advertising. So I thought to myself, well, I know who I am, and I know what I've been trained by George Christian Azariah, Reverend Dr. George Bishop Azariah. Okay, and he made all these sort of things very clear to me, what I need to do when that time comes. So I thought, let's leave it. Let's leave it for 3 years. 3 consecutive years, that crown never went off. So I came in, I wrote a letter, okay, saying that I'm taking over the crown and I'm taking over crown copyright, and I did it with the various bodies, and that is a patented correspondence that's unique from me, and they understand that that's from me. And I have no intention of revealing what that technology is, and I ain't gonna do it, okay, because there's so many morons out there, just as good intended people. And in that letter, I made it very clear, all competent people have their crown back, just as the Corona period says it should. I also made a clause on that, which is anybody that has competence, as well as thumbprint and an autograph, already has the crown. That's for my Tricks and Traps University students and my students at large. Okay, so those clauses are in place. They accepted those letters. So I now ask them to do certain things, and every time I ask them to do certain things that is within their realm to do it, they carry it out. Like shut down the cross-gender Trapstock Institute. Trapstock Institute that promotes, transgender, the mutilation of children and so on and so forth. They accepted it because they had dominion over those sort of things. So now comes Charles. Okay, Charles also refused to put the crown on because he knows that the crown is now my property, and plus people that have competence, have faith, have goodwill, have all of these sort of things, which are called, what by connotation is called human, but we know it's the characteristics of people, faith, hope, and glory. Faith, hope, and charity. Faith, hope, and charity. Not glory. That's a pseudonym. That's a false crown. Okay. So they get their crown back. So I wrote to Charles. Now, luckily, he no longer has a second. He has his wife. I've forgotten her name. Camilla. So they both accepted it. Okay, and because he now has more power, he'll be able to do a lot more for me as my agent, and that's the use that people have to put them in. And pretty soon I'll move into I did it with the Bar Association as well. They accepted the correspondence. They accepted it. Why me? Because I've been training from all sorts of people, including David, and previous to David, George Christian Azariah, to take up this position as I am in now. And what are the characteristics that you need? Just be straightforward, honest, faithful. Honor as many of the contracts that you have as possible, and that's it. Needless to say, you can't go around lying, cheating, and etc. So since 2008, I changed my life around so much, and again and again and again, to take up that position, to be able to move this planet forward. And luckily, when I heard about Bitcoin, and then I got it, and I realized there are many people on this planet. It's not evil that controls us. It's only by default that we are controlled by wickedness and evil, by our silence. And that's how I took over the Crown copyright, which was only this year. And I waited until we came out of lockdown because I wanted to know that I am not imagining these sort of things that George Christian Azariah talked to me about when I was 18 years old, when I was being trained in theology, Egyptology, and linguistics by him. That I'm not imagining it. So I wanted to wait until the Corona period came out. That means somebody else that's worthy, better than I am, would take up that position. But they never stepped forward. So I took it in, and just as the honor dictates, just to let you know how honorable these people are, they proclaimed him king and not ever ordained him as a king. Yeah, the Privy Council proclaimed him. What does proclaim mean? No claim.
No claim.
And Charles honoured it. And every time they do character assassination attacks on me, you'll always see an article. Not always. You will see an article on a side of what they do to me, saying that he supports this, and that, which would be very similar to what I do. Yeah. So they're basically telling me, come on, Mark, we're making it clear. You must be clever enough to be able to make the link. He's saying that he likes what you're doing because he supports these things. He's not directly linking himself because he can't. Yeah. But he's doing it. So I took up the offer like 5 years, 6 years later, and that's what that is. So my question is, it's not that I'm so clever. Who is the dishonorable people here? It's not obviously Charles. It's not the Privy Council. It's not the Anglican Church. So who is it?
It's the people.
It's because you didn't take responsibility. When I say you, I mean generally.
We are part of everyone. It's all of us, either us for.
It took us this long to get here ourselves,
So that's what that's about. Okay, that's what that's about. So from what I can see, they're following rules. Yeah, they are following these things. It's the goddamn people. Yeah, with their ignorance and their stupidity and they screwed up religions that they follow. You follow a religion, you've lost all faith. That's the purpose of religion, is to get rid of your faith.
Means no people, doesn't it?
Yeah, religion, David Wayne Miller's passe, which he described, the guy is so eloquent, isn't he? You just can't believe how eloquent the guy really is, David Wayne Miller. He says, religion means no people. RE means no, as in receding gum lines, receding airline, yeah? And legion means, as in Julius Caesar's legion.
Legions,
Yeah, which means people. It means no people. You follow religion, you have no people. Yeah, they've lost their faith. That's why they call it faith. Oh, faith and religion must be the same thing. But they're not. Apples and pears are the same thing because that's covering of the law.
Yeah.
I'm a woman.
On that note, can we end it on
I
that?
just cannot.
I'm a woman.
It was just so absurd. He was actually, interviewing a professor. Do you know how much work you have to do to become a professor?
Yeah.
This guy's never been challenged in his life, which means this guy has not done any academic work. He's just been given some sort of position. I trained under George Christian Azariah, and he was professor of linguistics in Venezuela. Yeah, and he was married to the great-great-great-granddaughter of Simon Bolivar, who was the first postmaster in Venezuela and in that region. Simon Bolivar, the first postmaster. Yeah, it's known as the hero of the South Americas. Argentina and all that wouldn't really exist without Simon Bolivar. What is it that I'm saying? It's that I've lost my train of thought.
You say you're a woman.
I'm a woman.
How, is this guy's saying to him, yeah, I know, these people identify themselves as a woman. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. What I would like you to tell me is what is a woman? It's a woman. Yeah, I know that. But, what is a woman? You keep saying it's an identification of a woman, so an identification carries some explanation. What is it? Well, it's a woman. I don't think I like this train of questioning. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Perhaps I need to go to my safe room because this professor is being threatened. How dare you question my religion? That's what he's basically saying.
Yeah.
How dare you question my decision to tell people to have their children mutilated? That's the state that the Americans, the Europeans, this country, Canada, has got itself into. How worse can it go? How worse can they? Our planet is changing. Yeah, it's changing not because of man. They even tell you, just one sentence, it is not CO2 that causes global warming. They tell you that. And yet they say we have to stop CO2 emission in the atmosphere. What you're doing is you're giving them permission to cut out the CO2. You cut out the CO2, which is the foundation of all biological life, because it needs a carbon atom in the middle in order to create the cellular membranes around it. You're basically giving them permission to diminish life. Yeah, that says on their own website. To me, it's like that professor sitting there, another man. It's like, yeah, what is that? What is global warming? Well, that's CO2. Another man. That is the intellectual reach of these masturbators, these wankers in these universities. And I
Can I just ask what website is that on about the CO2? Because I need to.
just on Wikipedia. I've even done.
You can ask any gas man that and he'll tell you.
Yeah, you can ask any gas man. No, Mark, it's not CO2.
It's CO you're talking about. It's carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, two different things. And the carbon monoxide, which they make, they don't tell you nothing about it. But the gas man knows about it because he can break in your house to make sure it's not leaking. Funny that, because police need a warrant and bailiffs need a warrant, but the gas man, you ain't done that safety check, he can break in your house. Because he knows.
Same as fire brigade and same safety officers.
Safety officers. They can break in your house without you being there.
So, the point I'm making is that they have successfully twisted mankind, the kind of man, so much to vacating their position to being human, to being corporate, to be artifacts, to be actors, to be asexual. Asexual means non-sexual. That's why A is a poison prefix. A non-binary. All of these sort of things. This is confusion on a mass scale. They have no center of gravity, no thought of their own, etc. You are dealing with a lost species, a lost domesticated species.
Dysphoria all round, isn't it? So everyone's got a little dysphoria bred into them from society, from schools, and
they invest in that dysphoria.
Yeah.
So as long as they convince you your narcissism is treatable, they're saying we'll look after your narcissism and we'll create more of it for you. Okay? Did you know even narcissism, the only narcissists that are actually logged into the manual of diagnosis and statistical manual are the ones that actually admit that there might be something wrong with them, and that's a very small percentage. The percentage is like 0.0001. That's the only clinical exposure these psychiatrists have to narcissism, but they make a bloody good living, and so do I. On victims of narcissism. Ones that sell the mortgages, banks, as well as the members of the family that have raped their, whatever it is. If that makes sense. Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that the victim the victims of these very small group of people is magnitudinal. If they get you to sign a mortgage, they get you to change the sex of your children, which should be a hanging sentence in any civilized. They basically said that we have no ability to control anything in our lives. Yeah, it's just it beggars belief.
Well, it's got to though.
Yeah.
A lot of the world is at that point where they don't even realise that powers of attorney aren't owned by the bank and that they don't have any rights and they generally are walking around numb and unaware.
Well, they do. They're aware now, and if they
Some are.
know what we do, if they
Don't go negative. Don't go negative on this, and don't
don't
go sorrowful on this.
No,
You know, it's like, oh, if only people did it. I ain't doing it for the people. I'm doing it for myself.
Yeah.
I'm doing it for my tricks and traps students. And for anybody who wants to have check exchange, go and do it at your expense.
Yeah.
Anybody that wants to get a mortgage, go and do it at your expense.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing it for. I ain't doing no victimhood or nothing like that.
Yeah.
Screwed up people are screwed up people. I ain't picking them up. I ain't rescuing them. All this, not. I'm only going to concentrate on those people that want to go forward.
Yeah.
Okay, those are the people that matter. I have no sympathy for the rest of it, and I ain't giving it to you. You guys understand?
The audience watching definitely.
Well, they know when
Yeah.
they see Mark what they're getting. So they know that's what they
Yeah.
get.
So, is there any other documents? So these things will be on the website, and a few other things that we spoke about on the website. And just if you want to know how much the Oxford and English family is capable of masturbating, this is how much volume of masturbative words that they've come up with, and it's that bloody thick.
They work
You
hard.
folks out there, and I want to ridicule all of this, yeah? That means you guys will have to wank a whole lifetime to fill this volume of words, yeah? That's like 500 years of wanking. This is all that is.
Stick every page here,
You
Mark.
stick every page together. You might have to,
Yeah.
a few friends get involved.
Oh dear.
And to be honest with you, just to put that ridicule in, just to ridicule it, just as they sexed up those documents, there isn't a naked woman or a naked man on this to even arouse you sexually.
But there's a lot of
It is-
words.
What about the gloves, Mark?
Sorry?
What about the gloves?
The gloves.
Mark said he used to be a referee at Newcastle. Wiping up. Sorry, I'm going to go.
So the reason why I'm putting this into it is because it's ridicule. Yeah, you need to see how ridiculous all this stuff really is, and that's what turns people into morons. Yeah, I'll leave it up to you guys to say a final word, or is there more to go?
No, you've done. I think you've done your bit, Mark. I think you can have a day off.
Sorry.
We've actually got the champions on in 10 minutes.
We've got
So
more work.
in that case, I'll hand it over to you folks.
Yeah.
Say what you need to. Yeah, and
Christine, wrap this up. I think Christine can wrap this up.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
hope that you
please make it, uptown.
Yeah.
You know how Americans are real. They are.
Oh no, I'm from Windsor. I can't do that.
Where the Queen comes from.
Come to Windsor and visit us. No, I just hope that you've enjoyed this and that we've been watchable and that you've learnt, and from all of us, including Mark. We really enjoyed ourselves, haven't we?
Yeah.
I've had a great time.
Thank you
Thank
for
you for inviting me.
Thank you, Mark, for having us in your humblest home.
Well, thank you very much. And she was the first champion to step
Yes.
forward. She heard about something I did on YouTube, came running, and made that gift, and then gifted me that big
Wanking
big
material.
dictionary. Yeah.
The
So
dictionary.
in many senses, it's we even did the Dr. Sleep thing in your
Yeah.
honour.
Yeah,
That was in
thank
your
you.
honour.
It was.
You know?
Thank you for starting the ball.
Yeah, so you started the ball, so thank you very much for that. So if you guys out there in Interland land doesn't know who Christine is, that's what she did. So she started the ball. She gave it faith. Janine and Matthew, committed themselves wholeheartedly So I decided to sponsor them. Because in my early days, I thought, well, what would happen if I had just only a few £100 to look after myself? How far can I go rather than trying to make money and do these sort of things? So that's what I decided to gift them with. Other people that I've gifted that with completely screwed it up. Other people went very far with it. Yeah. Some of the ones that screwed up were on my website,
That's not my life ambition, Mark, to be at the bottom of your website. Do you know what I mean?
Let Mark finish so I can put my word in for the
Go on.
audience. Is that we really appreciate you being here, and I hope that you've gained something. Like, have a bit of courage in all that. And please, someone, if it's just one man or woman, actually goes out and does something from this video, it'll make it worth it. Because now Mark's going to send us on to do another Zoom call, so we're not going to bed yet. Right, so
We got to get home in 10 minutes.
yeah, we're doing this because we're trying to make the difference. So please make use of this video. Please do. Ignore our laughing and that, but please make use of the video because there's enough on there to save your ass. Literally. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna squash it and I'm gonna end it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. the man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage. Utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage. Utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven, they were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere. So they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere. So they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere. So they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage. Utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s, and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage. Utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s, and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage. Utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected president of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected president of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.
It's all over, folks. The people that have perpetrated their foul contracts upon you by making you believe that you are the holders of the death pledge, the debts and the sins and the loans have not been forgiven. They were given an opportunity to come forth and explain themselves wholeheartedly to every part of our hemisphere, so they are not just simply speaking to one part of our hemisphere like the subconscious mind or the unconscious mind. They have to tell the truth, and they fail to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. The truth is always the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is the facts that needs to be conveyed.
Let's imagine that we are in the 60s and a particular gentleman, John F. Kennedy, begins to reveal that there are secret societies that are heavily manipulating America and American people into servitude and all manner of banking rituals, and soon after, John F. Kennedy gets assassinated. What an incredible conspiracy that is. Utter garbage, utter nonsense. The man that they shoot, the man that they was elected President of United States, not of United States of America, a pseudonym called John F. Kennedy. That's who got killed. The birth name was never killed. That John Fitzgerald Kennedy was ever the president, but only a legal name pseudonym was. Staged performance.